Good morning, everyone. Welcome to
Morning,
IGNOU
madam.
Maternity. Uh, I'm Dr. Mamta, Assistant Regional Director from RC Vijayawada. You all are aware that today we have a session on psychopathology. Psychopathology will be dealt by our resource person, that is Dr. Abdul Rafi sir. Let me introduce sir. Sir is uh, Sir is currently working in VIT AP. Before this, he has worked as an assistant professor for around 1 year at Acharya Institute of Graduation Studies and Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, Amity University, Mumbai. Dr. Rafi sir has also worked with Apollo Hospital, Hyderabad as a psychologist for around 3 years. He also worked in two different government degree colleges of Jammu and Kashmir for around a year. He completed his PhD in 2019 from Aligarh Muslim University and did his MSc in Clinical and Counselling Psychology from Central University of Karnataka. He is credited with 24 publications and 5 book chapters. He has presented 14 papers at international conferences and 11 national. He has attended several workshops and he have a good academic writings and research skills. Now I hand over the session to sir. Sir, please carry on the class.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Okay. Good morning, all. So, do we have only six participants? How many participants do we have, ma'am? Students in this course?
Sir, actually for the session we have 11 participants, 11 students, sir.
Okay.
So as of now, I think there are only 6.
Okay. Okay. No issue. So, shall we start then, or we need to wait for 2-3 minutes? Okay. I think we should start with the session. So, once again, good morning, all. So the session we have from 10 to 2, as you all know, but I want it to be two-sided communication, not only one-sided communication. So I request you all, whenever there is requirement, you just unmute, or even you can use the chat box to have a discussion, debate on the topic. Okay. So let me share my screen. 1 second. Okay. Psychopathology. Yes, I want some input. What do you understand by psychopathology? Anyone? Yes, you can unmute and share your insights. Yes, psychopathology.
Psychological problems.
Okay, psychological problems. Okay, some more responses. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Rafi sir. How are you?
Yes, sir, I'm fine, sir.
Hmm. So today, how many are there? I think 6 members are there. We have actually 11 students. Only 50%
Oh,
attendance. Okay, no problem.
okay, okay, sir. No issue.
This session will be recorded, I think.
It is already
Yes, sir.
on.
I have started recording in the class.
This session will be recorded, and those who are not attended for this session, we will save the your recording. We will upload in the YouTube, and the same may be forwarded to the student.
Okay, okay, sure, sir.
So this Sunday, next Sunday, and coming Sunday, and one more paper we have
On,
MPC 005 research methodology on 28th, I think.
yes, yes. Got it.
Uh, VIT is a holiday on Monday or Saturday.
Sir, we have Monday holiday.
So every Sunday and Monday holiday.
Yes.
Oh, you have working day on Saturday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So SRM University they have Saturday, Sunday holiday.
Yeah.
Good, good, good. And one more thing, yesterday already informed all the learners a submission of assignment for the second year is last date is the September 30th, and to pay the examination fee on or before 15th October, and you have to pay all the papers, three theory papers and four theory papers, and one practical and one internship. So all these 6 papers you have to pay examination fee. Already link is opened. The link is available in the IGNOU website. Please pay the fee on or before due date, and submission of practical record 31st October is the last date, and internship record also case studies report you have to submit on or before 31st October. So these are the last dates, and keep it in your mind, and prepare for your assignments, internship, and practical records. So attend the sessions. So the session will be continued up to 2 o'clock. In between, by 12 o'clock, 15 minutes or 20 minutes will break, and then we'll continue.
Sure, sir.
Hmm?
Sure.
Okay, sir. Madam, Mamta, madam.
Sir.
Narada, you
Sir,
are
just one.
taking care of this session. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. I am leaving, and again by 1:30 I will join.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you. Continue.
Well, okay, sir. Sure.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. I have another session, and face-to-face class is going on SRR college. Again, I have to go there.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Yes. Some more responses about psychopathology. Okay,
Psychological
psychopathology is
diseases.
okay. Psychological diseases.
Yeah, it's used to classify or identify a certain kind of disorders.
Okay. Do you know the meaning of pathology? What pathology is?
Study of a disease.
Yes. That is what study of. Actually, in psychology, we are using the term disorder because psychological mostly are classified into disorder. Okay. So it is a scientific study of psychological disorders. What is their etiology? Etiology, I hope you know that what is the cause, right? Then what are the symptoms of that disorders? So that all will be discussed in this. So foundation of psychopathology, how psychopathology has been like generated, how it has came into the existence. A brief history we will be discussing about the ancient beliefs. So, in ancient human civilizations, believed that abnormal behaviors are caused by some supernatural magic, evil spirits, demons, and moon and the stars. So, if you might have seen in movies or you might have heard in the history that how like ancient people used to believe about abnormality. So, abnormal behavior again. What is abnormal behavior? Anyone? Yes, abnormal behavior.
Like it's not a normal behavior, like how we behave. So,
Yes. Some other example?
aggressive,
Aggressive. Okay.
furious and anxiety.
No, how you
Like
can differentiate abnormality from normality? Can you give me some example for that?
Who don't meet the general standards of a normal human being, like how a person should behave. If he is not meeting those specific requirements, maybe we may consider them as abnormal.
Okay.
for
Okay.
example, hurting themselves or hurting others with their behavior or
Okay. Okay. So with this, I will give you some examples so that it will make you clear the understanding about the concept. I will be more focusing on the conceptual clarity. Okay. So abnormal behavior, it is usually said like abnormality is when it diverts from the normality, when it is different from the normality. Everybody used to have, for example, we used to wear like cotton clothes in summers as there is too much high temperature. But if a person you will see wearing jacket, wearing warmer, wearing lot of clothes, what you will feel about that person?
Abnormal.
Isn't it diverting from the normal population, because everybody is wearing one piece like cotton t-shirt, shorts or something. But if a person who is wearing coat, jacket and all things, so we will directly treat as abnormal. We all are wearing clothes. If a person is not wearing clothes, that we call as abnormal, because that is not, that is that odd one out. So in simple words, odd one out is abnormal. And again, if all the people are wearing like hot clothes and one person is wearing like cold clothes, then also we will, so we have to go with the majority. So sometimes if you see there was one this thing hurting themselves, right? That is abnormality. But when it comes to, if you see the Muharram, at that time people are hurting themselves, are you calling that as abnormal? Yes or no?
spirituality. Maybe
So that is
spiritually,
different when majority in is involved. If one person is doing, or even in that, if one person is not doing from that particular community, that will called as abnormal. If there are some rituals in any religious, if one person is not doing, that will be called as if everybody is doing, right? So sometimes it varies from situation to situation, abnormality definition, right? Antisocial personality, antisocial, so breaking signals or stone pelting are so many things. So there was a debate earlier that like antisocial personality, so people who are, but if you see sometimes some places there are clashes, like there are protests, right? So that protests are not done by one person, even though they are damaging the government things. Even recently, you know, there were protests about this Calcutta rape case. That is not abnormal, right? There were protests in other cases also, like this Manipur case was going on. So that is not abnormal. When one person is diverting from the reality, from the majority, that is what odd one out is. So that is what abnormal behavior is. Everybody is having dinner, for example, on this thing, dining table, and one person goes and stands on a tree. If you have watched that movie, in one movie, that there's a person who always goes on that tree. So let me remember the name of that movie. So in that behavior, all are in this thing, and one person is doing that, that is odd. So there we can say it is diverting from the normality. Understood? I hope so. Yes. So in ancient times, what people used to do is, as we all know, they used to like treat some used to pray for stars, some used to treat them as god, some used to treat moon as god, some used to worship sun, and they had that beliefs, right? There was a strong belief that our behavior, effects, and thought are governed by supernatural entities. Okay, so there is a term called effect and effect. Can anybody tell me what is the difference between effect and effect? What is the meaning of this effect? Yes. If I am scolding a student in my class, will it affect them or affect them? Or both? Yes, Pravilika, you want to say? I
Yeah,
want
thinking, sir,
responses.
actually.
Okay, okay, thinking. Yes, anyone else? Make it interactive session. Otherwise, I will feel bored.
I
One
think
sided.
affects, sir.
It affects, not affect us,
Yeah.
right? Okay, anyone else? So how did it affect if I scold a student in my class? How it will affect
Mood changes, like, and the
mood
environment in
changes?
the class changes.
Okay. Okay, anyone else? Any other opinion?
Even the student will affect.
Yes. Affect action, affect result. Okay. Okay. So yeah, we'll see. So it will have both effect as well as effect. Effect is what Pravalika said is mood change. Effect is, in other words, your mood, your facial expression. And effect is, what is effect? The person was not able to have food. The person was not able to sleep. The teacher's scold affected his sleep. The teacher's scold affected his appetite. The teacher's scold make him or her cry, right? So that is effect. And affect is she or he is upset, he is angry, so that is mood. Are you getting? I hope so. Yes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So yeah. Okay, so there were beliefs to have uh, like they used to worship stars, moon, as we all have heard this in the history, and other phenomena like magnetic field. These includes witchcraft and demonology, moon and star, mass hysteria. Okay, so what are the okay? So like their belief was कि it is there is some supernatural magic which is doing this. Even there were beliefs if somebody has any psychological disorder, even like the time I joined in psychology, be honors in psychology, till that time, I have seen so many cases who had psychological disorders, but I was not aware about that psychological disorder. And people used to say that they are spiritual persons. If a person is having schizophrenia, I hope you all might be knowing about the symptoms of schizophrenia. There is hallucinations, there are delusions, right? So people are, even if a person is having bipolar is when you have mania or when you have depression. Okay, sometimes a person will be for 2 3 weeks very high energetic and all, and sometimes he won't talk to anybody, he will be introvert. Then they are saying, people used to say, even I know in my community, in my society, people used to say he is the person who is more spiritual. So for 3 weeks he won't talk to anybody, he will be in spiritual thing. For 3 weeks he will be shouting at everybody. So still, like in this 21st century, people had that misbelief about people. So then I realized even in our society there was a person who was bipolar, there were a person who have schizophrenic this thing, but people used to go, okay, these are peer babas, these are some religious scholars, these are some people who, where you go if you have any sort of like problem, then you will get treated. And they were not taking them to the hospitals till that time the condition or situation goes into worst. You might have seen, if there is a problem, doctor used to say, you could have approached me 1 year before, I could have tried to save this. If you could have reported at initial stage, there would have been more chance to recover from this, isn't it? Even in cancer stages, doctor used to say this thing, you could have early reported this, right? So same way, if we are not reporting any psychological disorder, the condition goes worst from day to day, right? So they people used to believe like that, and even they people, some people used to boycott those people. If somebody is in some sort of psychological disorder or any other disease is there, people used to say ki that this person did this bad thing, that's why god is giving punishment to that person, so we need to be away, so they need to isolate them, they need to, they used to marginalize them, right? Okay, so it was about the ancient belief. Then came biological model, and Hippocrates was the first person who have like contributed in this. So early Greek contribution, it was Hippocrates and Galen. Abnormal behavior has natural cause, health is determined by four humors. So he have talked about abnormal behavior. He said it has natural cause, and he gave four humors. What are that? We will see. Adopted Hippocrates' theory and advocated that the four fluids related to the Greek environmental concepts such as heat, blood, dryness, black bile, moisture, yellow bile, and cold, liquid. So they believe in these liquids which are in our body. So they believe these are the causes for our abnormal behavior. In 19th century, G.P. Gray and Kriplin, G.P. Gray theorized that mental disorders, insanity, was always due to physical cause and emphasis should be on rest and diet, proper room temperature and ventilation. Okay, so what they believe is the mental disorders are always due to physical cause. What is your opinion on this? Do you believe that mental disorders are because of physical cause? If I have a headache or if I have, for example, fever, it will lead to mental disorder. How many of you believe in that? Yes.
Maybe not a disorder, but there will be some changes in behavior because of the pain they are having. Such things might happen.
Okay.
Physical disorders, psychological disorders, are not only caused by such physical effects also, but also because of some mental tensions,
Okay.
stress.
Yes. So actually, this all is a vicious circle. Physical illness, psychological illness, social, emotional, these are interconnected. If a person is hospitalized, so he is physically ill, right? Then there will be a psychological problem as well. If a person is in hospital, he will think what I will do with that work, how I will go to class, what I will do, how I will feed my kids, how I will earn money. These all tensions will make him psychologically ill, right? Then it will lead to emotional also. Sometimes people used to cry who are not feeling well, right? Then it will lead to social also. socially they are not able to meet their boss, then boss will say there is work and all, so that also will affect. Then family relations, so it is all connected, right? It is all in a vicious cycle. One problem leads to another problem, leads to another problem, right? Yes. So what Kraepelin believed is that due to the physical cause, so he emphasized on rest and diet. He said that if you are taking proper rest and proper balanced diet and the room temperature, it should not be too hot, it should not be too cold, and there should be ventilation in the room, fresh air and all. Emil Kraepelin contributed in the area of diagnosis and classification of psychological disorders. So his important contribution was to diagnose and classify psychological disorders. Classification means which disorder will come under which cluster, right? Okay. Then we have 20th century insulin shock therapy and electroconvulsive therapy. So Joseph in 1920 observed that schizophrenia was rarely found in epileptic, which later did not prove to be true, and his follower concluded that induced brain seizures might cure schizophrenia. Electro convulsive therapy was used extensively and frequently by doctors. So earlier for schizophrenia, they used use for treatments ECT, right? And later on, it was like stopped because they could not find such recovery from that. And again, schizophrenia is a rare disease, and schizophrenia is such a disease which don't have proper cure. It will be long time, like till the death. There should be the treatment continuously, like diabetes, like other problems. So, and there is a very good movie on schizophrenia, uh, Beautiful Mind. If anyone of you might have watched that movie, John H. Have you watched that movie, Beautiful Mind? The Nobel Prize winner John Lash. He had schizophrenia, but he contributed very good in the field of science. Okay. Then we had psychological approaches. Early psychological approaches. So there were like Pennell, William, Benjamin, Rush, Dix. So these were the psychologists who contributed psychological approach, and then came psychoanalytic approach. So psychoanalytic approach was given by Sigmund Freud, who is also known as father of psychoanalysis. Yeah, psychoanalysis. Yeah, father of psychoanalysis. So his contribution was he gave structure of mind. He said that we have three different stages of mind. Later on, there was a criticism on that mind we can't see, we can't. There is no physical structure. That is another story. So for structure of mind, he gave three stages. Then levels of consciousness, he gave three stages. Then stages of psychosexual development, evil developmental theory he has given. In that, he talk about oral anal phallic latency and genital stage. Then he talk about anxiety and defense mechanism and psychoanalytic therapy. So analysis of mental disorders, human psyche. So structure of mind, in that he gave three. Like one is it. Then we have ego and superego. So we all use this ego and superego. Ego usually we use in our day-to-day life, right? Can anybody tell me what is id? Id. Anyone? I want responses. Come on.
The satisfaction someone get if they do some kind of works they like.
Okay. Yes, any other responses? Okay. It's called pleasure principle. I hope you might have dealt with the small kids in your families, niece, nephews, or relatives, younger siblings, and all. Right? We all have seen. Right? Pleasure principle is a small baby, a small kid does not know what is wrong and what is right. Sometimes, even if there is a plug in the wall, they will put their finger there. Right? Sometimes, if there is that oil wala heater, they will put finger on that. Sometimes, some kids are very obsessed with red. Even if there is a red chili, they will put it in the mouth. Right? That is what, whatever gives them pleasure, they will do that. That's what pleasure principle is. They don't think about the consequences. If they are eating a red chili, what will be the consequence, right? So they want just pleasure principle. Whatever they like, even if it is not good thing, even if it is whatever it is, they don't look at consequences. So it is present in every individual from the birth only. So it is there. Pleasure principle, right? Then comes to ego. It is a reality principle. In reality principle, it is developed after 6 years or after some time. Like it's not in the earlier stage. It is developed later on. So in ego, what usually happen? If I am touching this plug, it will give me current. It will give me shock. If I am having this red chili, it is bitter, right? So now I understand the consequence. Got it? Okay. And after that, there is another concept called superego. That's called morality principle. Morality principle. Here, okay, one more thing. Id is controlled by ego. Id is I want to have this red chili. Ego will say, beta, after some time you will feel crying, right? So then I will stop. So ego is stopping the id. Id is free will. Whatever I want to do, I want to do that. Free will. I want to jump, I want to hit, I want to do anything. That is free will. It. Ego thinks if I do this, what will be the consequence? If I hit somebody, there will be reaction, right? If I do not do this thing, if I don't listen to my parents, then they will hit me. If I listen to them, then I will get chocolate. So that is what ego is, right? Then we have super ego, morality principle, which nowadays people are not having. Like that's why there is a high crime rate in India. Morality principle is like, for example, I want to do something, okay, and if I understand, no, it is not ethically right. Morality principle in terms of like signals, signals when you have to cross. Lot of times you might have seen if there is no vehicle, even though if there is red, still people are crossing. And you might have seen even people are there who will wait until and unless the signal will not get green. They will never like break the rule. So that's what morality. It is not about the traffic is there. It is about their moral values. Are you getting? So morality principle thinks about the okay, your own morality values. If I do this thing, how you can motivate your inner self. Zamir. You might have heard the word Zamir, right? Inner self, satisfaction. People who does something, they will have that guilt, right? Even if you see there were people like, especially why I'm giving these examples of rape and murder cases, because it is more relevant in that if you see there are people who don't have guilt after doing any crime. So their reality principle as well as morality principle is not working. They don't have even guilt after doing any crime. Guilt is very important. Even if we do some small mistake, which is like, okay, we can forgive that, so there should be guilt. And there are people who like unintentionally does something, they have a lot of guilt. I will give you another example. If you see, if you are doing a survey in jails, people who are in jails on the charge of 307 murder case, okay, I, and 307 is I think attempt to murder, something 303 or something is for murdering. Okay, if you see 80 to 90% out of 100, out of 100 culprits who are inside the jails, among them 80 to 90 people will say that they were angry at that time, they could not stop their anger, and unintentionally they killed somebody. For example, you might have seen in a hotel there was a queue, one person was there, he came and hit another person and that person died because of the queue. There was a fight between auto driver and the passenger, and auto driver or passenger died in the fight. You might have heard these newses. Usually it comes in shorts, and there are a lot of news channels, newses that okay, this murder happened, this one, that are unintentional, where people have guilt, but their super ego is not activated. They does not know, they are not willing, actually they are not with that conscious mind, okay, they are going to kill somebody. But sometimes, even recently, 2 months back, a person hit another person, slapped him in railway station in Mumbai, I think. That person fall on the track and he died. Okay, so he never intended that this person should die. He just slapped for some argument. Are you getting? So their principle and this reality principle as well as morality principle is not that time activated, right? They don't think in anger. Usually that's why it is said that in anger or in happiness you should never take any decision, because when you are very happy, even if your enemy is messaging you, you won't take it otherwise, you see. And if you are very angry, even if your family members say you something, you will shout at them. That's why it is prohibited, never ever take any decision when you are very happy, or never ever. You can another thing you can like another example I can give you. When somebody is getting married, the siblings are getting very good benefit on the day of marriage. Whatever you ask them, they will give you, because they are very happy at that instant. So you can use this trick, right? Okay, so that time you can ask them anything. So they are very happy, you can ask. And mostly if you see nowadays the scenario, right, lot of diverse cases are happening in our society. If there is an argument between husband and wife, one is getting more angry, diverse. So we should never ever take, and their morality principle is gone, that time it's not working. Reality principle sometimes. Okay, so the thing is id is controlled by ego, and id and ego is controlled by superego. Id, I want anything. Okay, ego is saying if you do this thing, this will be the consequence, right? Super ego is saying if this, for example, I like somebody's mobile phone, I want to snatch it. Okay, this is my id. Simple example I will give. My ego will say, beta, if you are caught, then pit jaoge, right? My super ego is saying, after pitne ke baad, what is going to happen is, what will be your image in your society? what will be your image in the family, what will happen if your friends family come to know about that. That is what morality principle is it clear? I hope so. Anyone have any doubt on this?
Sir, is this purely the things that happen in our mind, or will there be any impact, or like, will there be any environmental impact, or the way people are put in some condition? So, all these will impact, or it's purely the reactions that happen in our mind?
No, 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 no. See, the thing is that if you have heard about Bandura, he did one wonderful experiment, observational learning. Okay, it's not all because of our mind. It is how we learn. You will see those students, those kids who are very much attached to their family, or who have been getting moral education from their family support and all, they are less involved in crimes and all. So observation learning, what Bandura did, and that will connect to your answer. So what Bandura did, he divided two set of kids, small kids, into different rooms, and both the rooms he put two TVs, like big screens, and in one screen he put that aggressive content. Another screen he put that child series or something like Wiki Mouse and all. Okay, after like he was recording this all session, it is on YouTube also with baby doll experiment. So what happened? The aggressive content wala room, they like broke down everything in the room, whatever was their dolls, everything they cut it down, everything they did like that. So that's what he said, it is observational behavior. So people are learning. Small kids, daughters usually used to, if there is a 3-year daughter, that we will discuss in another theory, she used to act like a mother. She will always have set of utensils. Father will son will act like a father, shaving, using towel the way his father is using. That's all what observation learning is, right? It is not only like, see, observation. Another thing, my friend is smoking, he is into drugs, that's why I am also into drugs, because I am in that environment. Are you getting? My friend is into some robbery thing, I am with him, so I will also include my in that. So environment plays an important role in this. And
Uh,
another thing is the judicial system that is weak in our country, because if there would have been a punishment, so to what extent, to some extent, like there are cases after like the victim is dying 12 years, 13 years, 40 years after that, case is still going on, hearing and all. So there is no that also impacted. I know there won't be any consequence if I do crime, so I can do murder, I can do rape, I can do anything, right? Because I know there is no much consequence. That person, recently if you have heard a news that NIT, uh, BHU, Banaras Hindu University, there was a rape and murder case in 2019, I think. So recently, news came that the culprits got bail. So now, what it will do? It will reinforce such behavior among other youth, that okay, if we do after 2 years, 3 years, we will be released. So there is not such harsh punishment. Are you getting?
yes.
When any behavior is reinforced, so people tend to do that more. Robbery in North India, it is more. Chain snatching, bike chori, and all. It's more because there is no strict action. Even sometimes police also get some benefit from that. So why they will take action? So they are getting reinforced. Are you getting?
Yes.
So that is why morality principle is not that much working. If you see again, okay, so that we will discuss in another one. Oh, I hope you understood now id, ego, and superego.
Yes, sir. It's clear.
Yes. Okay, nice. Levels of consciousness. It is the another concept by Sigmund Freud. What he said there are different levels of consciousness. So he gave unconscious, conscious, and subconscious or preconscious. So there are three levels: unconscious, subconscious, or preconscious. It is one only, and conscious. Conscious. All we use. You are not conscious. Be careful, right? We usually say this thing. Be conscious. Listen carefully. Why you are unconscious? You are not conscious. We use generally these terms, right? Okay. So what do you understand by conscious? Can you give me some example? Anyone?
Keeping all our senses active.
Keeping all our senses active. Yes. Any other
Like
response?
like driving a bike.
Driving a bike. Okay.
Like both body and mind present at the same place instead of in classes. Sometimes we might sit and think
Yeah,
about
yeah,
something
yeah. I
else.
always used to say this thing when I see in my class students. I'm saying, "Where are you?" They will say, "I am in class." I'm saying, "Mentally, where are you? You are in class physically. I don't want your physical appearance. I want your mental, this thing, concentration
Body
and
present,
appear
mind
this thing."
absent.
Exactly. So most of the times we will be in class and then we will be in some garden, or we will be planning what we will do in next weekend, or where we will go and all. So that all, especially in teenage and all, so that all thoughts are coming. So I used to easily, like, I used to say them that I'm from psychology, so I have good observation skills, and I do always catch such people who are in thought process. I always point them out. So that happens. So that's what conscious is, when you are fully alert, when you are fully listening to something. That's why I always want even this online session interactive. Otherwise, I know what we do in online sessions. We will join the meeting, then we will do our stuff also. Session is going on. Especially during COVID and all, I had such experience. I have learned so many things in that. So, and it is good to be in interactive and healthy discussion than just keeping it there. Because now, even if you have any doubt in the PPT, I will share you the PPT. Your seniors also got the PPT and all. But the thing is that if you have doubt, that you won't be able to clear later what is my perception towards that point. And PPT always is a blood point, so you need to be conscious to understand the concept, and it will be more interesting session when there will be two-way interaction, not single way. Okay. Anyway, so consciousness, fully alert, when I am active, when I am alert, when I am hearing properly, watching properly, sensation and all. Okay, so that's what conscious stage is. Now another is preconscious or subconscious. Can you give me any example of preconscious or subconscious?
We
Planning
know what's
something is
happening.
a subconscious thing.
Sorry.
Plan Planning subconscious thing.
Planning something is
Like planning,
subconscious.
like
Okay.
after 1 hour we need to do this, and planning something regarding work or personal life.
Okay. We'll see. Yes, Swati, I think you want to say something.
Uh, we know something is happening around us, but it's not completely going into our mind. Maybe I think that is
No, no,
subconscious.
no. To some extent, yeah. Right. Okay. Anyone else?
Something that
Why?
we're not fully
Yes.
aware of that's happening, back of our mind, but we're not willingly, like we're not voluntarily doing it. It's just happening on.
Yes. Okay. Do you know why after drinking, driving is prohibited?
People won't be in their senses.
Exactly. Okay. Even, do you feel ever you have experienced that you are in preconscious or subconscious stage?
Actually, sometimes while driving the bike or something, we will get blank out. Sometimes, or talking to someone in a gathering, we will be getting blanked out.
Blank out is different situation when you are, for example, if somebody is getting accident or something. So in that situation, actually, what happened is that is something called anxiety. We are getting very anxious what to do. The decision we are not able to do, so we met with accident. That is different thing. What I was talking about, any other situation where you feel that you सब धुंधला धुंधला दिख रहा है, you can't be in full of your senses, even though if you are not drunk. Is there any stage? Right after waking up or going before bed? Sometimes going before bed, yeah. Yes. So even though sometimes even I talk to some people who they are calling me in when I am on sleep, so it will take me too much time to remember what I talked to them. Okay, that's one. Another is important point that when somebody is having some antibiotics, if a person is having fever for 1 week, okay, so that person is having antibiotics, then their energy will be dragged, then their conscious level, they will be in altered state. Even the people who are into drugs, actually antibiotics are also drugs. So the people who are into drugs, chars, ganja and all, okay, they also will be in unconscious, sorry, they will be also in subconscious stage. They may see, but it will be like dundla dundla. They can't remember that. That is subconscious. Now we have another stage which is unconscious. What is unconscious now?
We can't see, but we can identify what's going around, like fainting.
If a person is faint, if a person is in coma, right? Right. So when
Yes.
a person is in coma,
Or anesthesia or an anesthesia.
exactly, in anesthesia, even in deep sleep, you can say it is unconscious. We are not conscious. We are not even hearing, listening, anything. Right? So that's what unconscious is. So he gave three levels of consciousness. Okay, so there is another that will come in defense mechanism related to unconscious. There also we will use these principles: id, ego, super ego, conscious, subconscious, unconscious, in different theory also. Now we have stages of psychosexual development. So he gave developmental stages. Sigmund Freud had actually contributed a lot to psychology, but due to the politics and all, he was not from US and all, so he was not known as the father of psychology. Otherwise, the contribution, you know who is father of psychology? Anyone? William Wundt, right? So William Wundt have developed a lab in Leipzig. So because of that, he is father of psychology. But Sigmund Freud really contributed a lot. So in his stages of psychosexual development, he said oral stage, anal stage, phallic, latency, and genital. Okay, so oral stage, it is from birth till 2 years, or some people used to say it 18 months. Don't get confused if in some books you will see it 0 to 18 months or 0 to 24 months. Even if you write 0 to 18 months, that's also right. 0 to 24 months, that's also right. So stages in all developmental theories, either it is Erik Erikson or it is Vygotsky or it is any other theory. So don't get confused with the dates. It can vary from book to book or it can vary from source to source. But there won't be much variation. It will be in months, 6 months, 3 months, 5 months, or sometimes even 1 year. Okay. Oral stage. What he talked about oral stage is he said, okay, oral stage. In oral stage, he said the babies are mostly involved with sucking behavior. Sucking behavior means when a baby is involved in drinking milk, like sucking behavior. That's what oral stage is. And there are theories, there are sayings that if there is no gratification during this behavior, that will lead to some sort of anxiety. And that anxiety will lead, for example, people involved in smoking. As per Sigmund Freud's theory, those who are involved in smoking are because they are not getting the gratification in oral stage. Okay, because of that, he said they are going into smoking and all. Then we have anal stage. It is from usually from again 19 months to 3 years or 2 years to 3 years. Okay, so in this usually it is related to toilet training, how to go to washroom, cleaning and all. So it is involved to toilet training, oral stage, anal stage, sorry. Then he gave another stage that's called Felix stage, 3 to 5 years. In Felix stage, he gave two important concepts, that is Electra complex and another one Oedipus complex. Yes, Electra complex and Oedipus complex. So, what Sigmund Freud, not me, what Sigmund Freud believed that in this stage there are different complexes. So, in one Oedipus complex, the boy is acting like father and more loving to the mother and having jealousy to the father. Even in real life, I have like thrown this theory, like it usually happen. So that's why you will see sons are more attached to their mother than their father. Now there will be exceptions, so that is different story. Everywhere there are exceptions, but usually majority. And daughters are more into the father. So that's what he gave two complexes. Oedipus complex and Electra complex. In Electra complex, he said daughters are more attracted towards their father than their mother. And after few years later on, there was another complex which was known as Jocasta complex, which was not given by Sigmund Freud, but later on they added that complex in this theory. Jocasta complex means there was a lady named Jocasta who was sexually attracted to his son. That's why it is known as Jocasta complex. So these are the three complexes coming under Felix stage. Then latency, it is preschool where students are involved in friendship and all. And genital. Genital is 12 and onwards, 12 years and onwards, puberty and all starts. So that's what genital stages. So these are the 5 stages what Sigmund Freud have described. Okay. Any question in these? Yes. Any doubt?
No, sir.
Shall we go ahead? Okay. So after this, Sigmund Freud talk about just a second. I'm in class. I will talk to you after 2. So Sigmund Freud talk about different types of anxiety: reality anxiety, neurotic anxiety, and moral anxiety. Reality anxiety. Anybody? can give me any example of reality anxiety? What is reality anxiety? So what Sigmund Freud said, reality anxiety, or it is also called objective anxiety, is the fear of real world events or threats. It is response to external dangers or perceived threats in the environment. This type of anxiety is related to the ego awareness of danger and its attempts to avoid or reduce them. For example, if you see a car speeding towards you, you experience reality anxiety, promoting you to move out of the harm's way. This is the mind's nature response to protect oneself from real dangers. So that's what reality anxiety is. Reality anxiety is where there is a stimulus where you see in reality, for example, in front of you there is snake. What you will do? Fight or flight. Or there is lion,
Yes.
tiger. Either you will do fight or flight. So on what basis you will do the decision? Fight or flight?
By calculating or analyzing the threat we have, or
Okay. Calculating the threat. Okay.
Checking the possibilities to fight. If there is no possibility, then we fight.
Usually what we do is if we know that we can beat the samne wala threat, we will fight. If we know that we won't be heavier on that, we will fight, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that's what fight or flight situation is. Then we have neurotic anxiety. What is neurotic anxiety? Neurotic anxiety arises from an unconscious fear that implies of the id, the part of psyche drive by
Like
instincts.
you
Yes.
said, effect and affect, no, sir. Maybe it
Yes,
is
yes, yes.
like it causes headache or fainting sensation, something.
Okay, we'll discuss. Yeah. So, will become uncontrollable and lead to unacceptable behaviors, which may result in punishment or negative consequences. It is the fear of losing control over prim- primitive desires that are socially unacceptable. A person might experience neurotic anxiety if they have strong, unconscious, aggressive, or sexual urges that they fear will manifest in a way that could cause harm or social rejection. It's a very important concept in our day-to-day life we can. So if you have heard news is like there was a person who was schizophrenic. He cut off his private part, getting the thought he had the neurotic anxiety, getting the thought he may mistouch to her own daughter, because that is what neurotic. Sometimes, if a person is having that urge and he want to do something which is coming out of it, like will, for example, touching someone badly or wrongly, in that case that person is having the fear, anxiety, what is going to happen, right? So what society will think about him, right? So that is, there will be negative consequences. The person will be thinking of, if I do this thing, even though the person is not doing that, but he is having the fear that if I do this thing, what is going to happen without doing that. Are you getting? Person is not committing a crime, but he is having the fear because he is having unconscious urge towards that. Is it clear? This anxiety, this type of anxiety is not based on real world threat, but on the internal struggle to keep the impulses repressed. I like this person, I want to express the feelings, but what will happen if that person is reacting? If that person is like, what would be the consequences? There are, if like in our young generations, what happen usually, if they like somebody, if a girl likes to a boy, a boy likes a girl, it takes years for them to propose that, especially in earlier times. Nowadays it won't take that much time, people are very smart nowadays. So what usually they will have that anxiety. So many students came to me, I am not able to talk to my father that I need money. They have that fear that what my father will think about me. They are not doing something wrong, but still they will have fear. What if my father think that I am going to bar? What if my parents think something like I am dating? Are you getting? So that is not actually reality based. That is all psychological. That is what neurotic anxiety is. Clear? Yes? No?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then we have moral anxiety. It is another key concept introduced by Sigmund Freud in his theory of anxiety. So, moral anxiety refers to the fear of apprehension that arises when a person feels they are about to violate or have violation their own morals or ethical standards. This type of anxiety is closely associated with the superego. So earlier, the anxiety was close to ego, right? And this is close to superego. Superego means if a person is compromising the ethics, morals, principles of his or her own, they are having that moral anxiety. For example, can you give me any example?
Some government officials, yeah, they will be in a situation they can't reject something. Instead, they should do whatever their higher officials say or something like that. Even in our day-to-day life, either in schools or colleges, if we don't follow some specific rules or something, whether it's a good or bad, we should stick to that. So if there are such scenarios, then yeah, maybe that is called moral
Okay.
angle.
Yes. So taking bribe, very good example again. Actually, nowadays in some states, if you see Bihar, if you see Jammu Kashmir, if you see majority of the states of North, South, I think is more in development and all. So it's not that much here, and you are the better to correct me if it is. So bribe in some states nowadays is like normal. If somebody is not taking bribe, is abnormal. That's what I was talking about, normality and abnormality behavior. If there is a person who is very strict, there was one traffic police SSP, Basant Raj, in Jammu Kashmir. He was the honest person, and they did not allow him to work there more than 6 months because he was not taking bribe. So it feels like he was the abnormal person in them. Even in Bihar, you know the situation. That's why it is in peak in corruption. So that, but out of 100 or out of 1,000, there are only majorly 10% who will have that guilt, who will have that morality. It was against my principles. So many people did resign after some judgment. You know, in past 5 years or 10 years. One day they are giving some judgment. Next day you will see that there is a resignation by this judge. I hope you remember or you have heard such news. or a person is giving decision on one day, next day there will be resignation from that person. That's what moral anxiety is. They know due to some pressure they did something wrong. I am doing something wrong in my organization because my higher authority is ordering me to appoint somebody who is close to somebody, the principal or this vice chancellor or something. Then I am having that moral anxiety why I did that. Even though I was forced to do that, to say my job or to listen to the, be obedient, but I did that. But I will have that moral anxiety. I did something wrong, which is against my own principle, which is against my own morals. So that's what moral anxiety is, right? The superego enforces moral standards, and when a person's action or thought conflict with the standards, moral anxiety is triggered. When there is a conflict, I never take bribe, but somebody indirectly is giving me, or I am forced to do something, then there will be conflict. What I did and what is my moral and what are my ethics. Then there will be moral anxiety, right? The person may feel guilt, shame, or fear of being punished by their consequences. A person raised with strict moral guidelines might experience moral anxiety when they consider engaging in behavior that goes against their upbringing or societal rules, like cheating on a partner or lying. The anxiety arises from the internal sense of right and wrong and fear of self punishment, guilt. So nowadays people, like people who are involved in crime, who are involved in this, they don't have that, right? So they don't have morals, they don't have ethics, they don't have, you might have seen people, like recently I was coming from Delhi. Somebody came and took my pouch. There was not much money, just 400. Okay, but there was DL, PAN card, credit card, and all. So what they will do? But they don't have that morals. Okay, what this person will do after we take that, right? There is no guilt. And if a person, for example, I did something wrong, then I will feel it is because of that. So I may also get moral anxiety because of that deed I have got this thing. Are you getting? So sometimes it happen. If something wrong happened with us, we feel that because of that deed, it happened to us. So again, when it is against our principles or our morals or our ethics, and again it depends how you have been developed. You might be remembering one recently case. There was a girl who kidnapped herself, asking their parents 10 lakh rupees because she wanted to do MBBS abroad. Something. I hope you might have heard that news. Along with his friend, she kidnapped herself, and his friend called his parents that they need 10 lakh rupees or something. She was just 12th student. So where are the ethics, morals, and all? She could have directly said to her parents that I need this much. When they can give, when she got kidnapped, why won't they give happily that? Are you getting? So there it shows how ethics, morals that girl had. Right? Okay. Then we have defense mechanism. Fred's list of basic defense mechanism includes denial. Okay, what is defense mechanism? We all use defense mechanism. So what is defense mechanism? Anyone? Come on.
Protecting ourselves from a threat,
Very good.
like touching fire, like pulling our hand away when there is a fire, something.
Okay.
when
Any
we
other?
feel like we're being attacked mentally, like if they're scolding us or something, and you did do that mistake, and uh, you might want to resist, like go against them or something like that.
Nice. Then anyone else? I hope you agree that we all use defense mechanism, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That is what denial is. That's what we are going to discuss. Refusing to accept reality or facts, right? We all do this, isn't it? Thereby blocking external events from awareness. Refusal to accept reality or facts. When I ask you, we use all defense mechanism. No, 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 sir, we don't use, right? Okay. So I will give you one example. A smoker may deny the health risks associated with smoking, even though evidences clearly points to the danger. Always on the cigarette pack, it is written cigarette smoking is injurious to health, and they will make that picture of lungs and all. Right? I hope. I'm not smoker, but still I know that. I hope you all know. You might have seen the cigarette packet, right? It is written there. Even though all smokers know that it is the leading cause of lung cancer. Despite of that, they are still doing the same behavior, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, it relates to the first point which you explained, ID, the
Yes.
pleasure.
Yes, exactly. They, that is what, that is it. Exactly. So they know they just want pleasure. They don't care about they are not accepting the consequences. Actually, they know they want that pleasure. And there is a theory, there are a lot of theories against this. Like people used to say, I feel relaxed, or it reduces the depression, or it reduces the stress level. How many of you believe in that? Yes, anyone?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
So even I checked, I tried to check, is there any antidepressant in the cigarette and all? So there was nothing. Then I understood it is again psychology. When a person is having fight with her partner or his partner or with family, then he will be sad. When a person is simply sting and is sad, I'm coming to that only. Yes. So when a person, then there will be not lot of negative ideas. How dare he or she pointed a finger at me? For example, hypothetical. Don't take it serious. I'm giving hypothetical example. So then, if they are involved in smoking behavior, you might have seen people who are smoking. They will look, they will watch, they will observe even that smoke. So their attention, what was there, how dare she or he finger put a finger at me, that thought will go into this. Then they feel relaxed when they watch this whole process, smoke and all. Right? So their attention is diverted actually. So they feel that cigarette has something now which reduces their this thing. It's not actually that.
So can this be related to uh, the Pavlov's classic conditioning? Like,
Exactly, exactly. Yes, 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 yes. That is conditioning. Even if you see, we are giving one, there is aversion therapy. If you have heard about aversion therapy. So, in aversion therapy, what we do is we are giving current to the patient, not high voltage. Just we keep that minimal, which will be very little and which will be bearable. Right? that much shock we are giving. When a person is smoking or drinking, that time only we will give the current. So they will associate, as same Pavlov's experiment, they will associate that current. If I drink, I will get shocked. If I smoke, I will get shocked. When you do it, there will be a condition. Even though after month or 2 months, you don't give shock, but when they start smoking, they will feel that current. So they will reduce the habit of drinking and smoking. That's called aversion therapy. Exactly that principle works here. Yes. So we were talking about denial, right? Then we have repression. So repression is another defense mechanism. Okay, before, yes. Okay. Repression. The process of unconsciously pushing distressing thoughts, desires, or memories out of conscious awareness. A person who experienced trauma in childhood may have no conscious recollection of the event, even though it affects their behavior. So, what actually it is repression? Repression means the process of unconsciously pushing distressing thoughts. Distressing thoughts are those thoughts which they have, for example, a trauma in childhood, or memories out of conscious awareness. So they are pushing their unconscious. So for example, if in childhood I had a childhood trauma, but I will not hesitate to recall that all, even though if it affects my behavior, but I will put that thoughts in my consciousness. I will try to recall that all in my consciousness, even though if it hurts my behavior. So that is what repression is. So whatever is in your unconscious, you are pushing that into the consciousness. Repression. So a person who experienced trauma in childhood may have no conscious recollection of the event, even though it is affecting their. So sometimes what will happen is they are not aware of that, but it will come into their consciousness. So another thing, when I was as ma'am introduced me, I was working in Amity University, and we have master's dissertation. So when actually I am very friendly with students in terms of research and all, so I used to give them choice. Okay, let me know what all topics you are planning to do, because until and unless there is no interest, if I am giving them topic, they may not be interested in that. So that's why I used to ask them, please give me the topics. So majority 90 to 95% of students used to talk about parenting style. I was literally shocked when I saw these results. Each faculty are getting such topics. This one variable was always there, parenting style. Then I discussed with my friends. I had some research over this. Why they are talking about parenting style? Can anyone of you give me some insight about this? Why they were talking about parenting style?
Maybe they might have faced such situations where they can't, where they were in a situation like they can't express to their parents, but they were forcefully did something.
So that was coming from their unconscious.
Yes.
Maybe for future use, no, not at all. So yeah, so even there was childhood trauma. most of girls came with the topic childhood trauma, and majority of the students came with parenting style. And another coincidence happened. I was the head for mentoring students, because if they need to go for home and all, they need my permission. And it was around 2,000 students I was heading over there. So sometimes some students came, sir, please ask our parents that we have some work here. We don't want to go in holidays to our native place. We want to do something research. I was literally shocked when I got such responses. And then I connected it with myself. If my association, if my organization is giving me 10 days leave, I will run to see my parents. I will run to see my siblings. And these kids nowadays, they don't want to go. And another thing, I have studied from all government institutes where I used to get fellowship. Central University, Aligarh Muslim University, and all institutes I did not pay. But Amity University, one semester's fee only is 55,000. Hostel fee is something around 1 lakh for a semester. I was shocked that their parents are doing lot for them. But why they are running away from their parents? So that is actually one thing is generation gap. Another thing happened. Okay, so lot of parents, like, they are spending lot of money on their kids, but they are lacking in one thing, that is time. They are not giving them proper time. Are you getting? So now where our generation, new generation is going, so that is a concern. That's what we were discussing in this. So that all, whatever childhood trauma it is, whatever parenting style they have faced, that may come out, right? So that is repression. Then we have projection. Projection. Always we use this projection word, right? So we should all know this. What is projection? Any idea what is projection? Anyone?
Sometimes people used to uh, impose their beliefs and their thoughts on others.
Exactly. Projecting your thoughts on others,
Yeah.
right? Attributing one's own unacceptable thoughts or feelings to someone else. I don't like somebody. I will say, why don't you like me? That I am portraying my thought on that person. A person who is feeling angry and hostile may accuse others of being hostile towards them, deflecting their own feelings onto others. I am angry, and I am saying, you guys, why you are angry at me? That's what projection is. Projecting your own thoughts on someone else. Simple words. And we does it always. Then we have displacement. What is displacement? I will give a very good example with displacement. Yes, anyone? Displacement. Most commonly used. Those who are especially working.
So maybe in a situation where we're very stressed and angry at our manager, but we might scold our family members instead for even small things they do. So,
Exactly. Spreading negative things. Okay. So, exactly what you said is true, that displacement. For example, my VC sir is scolding at me. I can't scold him back. So, whoever is my junior colleague here, I will shout at them because I have a lot of frustration from VC sir. Now that frustration I have to take out. So it will go either to my junior associates or my students, right? Even when we were kids. So if our teacher used to shout at us or used to hit us or use sticks and all, then we used to say that either they have family, like if it is a male teacher, he might have fight with his wife, or if it is a female teacher, then she might have fight with her husband. So these were our assumptions when we were kids, small kids, and I hope you might also have experienced the same thing, right? So that's what displacement is. So even there were stories. So husband was beating wife, then wife used like damage all the belongings to the husband. If he has favorite shampoo, favorite this thing, or even if they have pets and all, the wife used to do. I have seen that incident in my village only, my place only. So that is what displacement is. If we don't have power to confront the person, then whatever their belongings are or whatever other things are, we will be damaging that. I hope most of us have been the victims of displacement. And even displacement leads to destruction. In what way? So when I was working in Hyderabad Apollo Hospital, so we had employees of Facebook and Genpact. So even their boss, if they make one mistake, their boss used to scold them. Then they are thinking about that scolding while doing another work, and they will make another error. And also, there are a lot of family fights because of the frustration they got from office, right? It usually happens. If your boss is scolding you, you will go to your home, your mood will be off. Even whoever your partner, your siblings, your anyone in family, parents, they try to say something, you will shout at them, because you will find the safe zone. Okay, here I can do that, all right. So that's what displacement is. Sublimation, another is channeling unacceptable impulses into socially acceptable or constructive activities. Someone with aggressive tendencies might take up a career in competitive sports or join a professional where assertiveness is valued. I have some sort of behavior which is socially unacceptable. For example, aggression. Is aggression socially acceptable?
Not acceptable.
No, not acceptable. So I will do something to make it acceptable. For example, if a person is aggressive, he will choose such a job, for example, police person or army person, forces, right? Where he can portray his aggressive behavior. Or people may be gym trainees, right? Where they can put that in gym and all. Usually those people who are in aggression and all, always they are suggested to do yoga or gym. The reason being that they can sublimate their such unacceptable impulses into acceptable way, or sports and all. So if you have watched some movies and all, ये गुस्सा यहाँ पे नहीं कोर्ट में दिखा दो, right? We usually use this thing, or show it in your game, or show it in this thing. So that's what, to make that acceptable in some good way, not in a bad way. Rationalization, offering seemingly logical explanation for behaviors or feelings that are actually driven by unconscious motives, thus making the true reasons. Rationalization, always we use this also. So what is rationalization? Any example? Rationalization. Why did I fail in my exam? Because teacher made difficult paper. One reason. Because teacher do not like me, that's why purposefully he failed me. Because my friends did not help me in exam hall. Because whatever I study, there was no question from that paper was out of syllabus, because I did not got support from my parents, because that time I had to submit project, so I could not study, because I remember so many excuses, because I used to get that all from students, right? So you may be knowing some more. Yes, because you have to sometimes excuse, na? No, you are not kids, so anyway, you might experience such. So yes, we were talking about rationalization. Any example? Why salt is more in this dish? Because baby was crying, so it distracted my mind. Because I had cold, so because of that I could not properly manage the salt in the spices this thing dish, right? So these are all rationalizations. Any other example? Are you getting? Are you understanding? Are you
Why
bored?
are you why are you late? If they ask why are you late, then I will say it's due to traffic jam.
Exactly. Yes.
There is a person in my team, uh, when he did something wrong in the work, so I will have a feedback calls, and also I asked him like why this went wrong. He was like, this is my marriage month, his marriage is in last April, so he was like, the date is so near and I'm very hectic with the works and all, so I couldn't focus, and that's why all the work whatever I'm doing is going wrong. Yeah, we do hear these kind of things from our
There is
team members.
always rationalization.
Yeah.
Always. Yes. I hope you are connecting these all with your day-to-day life experience. That's why I'm giving you such examples, so that you will be able to remember. You don't have to read much to and then write the exam. Regression. Reverting to an earlier stage of development in response to stress or conflict. A person under significant stress might start exhibiting childlike behaviors such as throwing timbers and acting helpless. Regression. Reverting to an earlier stage of development in response to stress or conflict. When a person is in conflict or is in stress, the person acts like child. We used to say that why you are behaving like a child, why you are acting like a child. Sorry, ma'am. Even if in class student is doing some mistake, they will sorry, ma'am, sorry, sir, acting like a child. So they are going to save from that situation. They will go to a different stage of their development, right? Any other example for this regression? Yes. If we did some mistake and our parents caught that, we will act like a baby child, right? That also we are doing. Okay. Then we have reaction formation. Acting in a way that is opposite to one's unacceptable impulse or feeling. Reaction formation. Acting in a way that is opposite to one's unacceptable impulses or feelings. A person who feels insecure or might overly praise and flatter others, concealing their true feelings. Yes, reaction formation. Anyone? Some examples. Yes. In night, when you are alone, sometimes you start singing. How many of you us did that? If you are having fear of something in night. Anyone have you ever seen? Yes. Anyone else?
Yeah, actually, we do some chanting or
Yeah, that
meditation.
also will. Yeah, it varies. See, there are individual differences. So one way or another way. That's what reaction formation is. Acting in a way that is opposite to one's unacceptable impulse or feelings. But situation makes us to do so because in
When we
that situation,
really, actually, when we are really emotionally broken, sometimes we laugh.
exactly. Very good example. Yes. Sometimes we laugh when we pretend to be very happy sometimes, even though when we are
Yeah.
crying inside, right?
Yes.
So that
Yes.
is what reaction formation is. Intellectualization, focusing on facts, logic, and abstract thinking to avoid dealing with emotional aspect of a situation. Intellectualization is when we are, for example, a person diagnosed with a serious illness may focus on learning everything about illness rather than confronting their fear or sadness. Right? If you remember the movie Munna Bhai MBBS, right? The actor in that movie, there is a person who has last stage cancer, was very sad, even he slaps the actor. But the actor tries to make him the happiest person of that time, whatever time he has. So he want him to understand, believe in like facts, logic. That person was again rushing with the work, what I will do with this, I have plans with this. When you are avoiding the emotional aspect of a situation and thinking logically, abstract thinking, facts, right? Otherwise, when people, especially among females, being emotionally high mature, in females, emotional intelligence is more than male. So, if there is such news, for example, there is something bad, rather than thinking rationally or thinking logically, they will consider the emotional part, right? So what intellectualization is to consider the logical part rather than avoiding the emotional part. When there is a marriage of a daughter, because daughter is going to another house, and all parents that time inside they are crying, but they are showing they are very emotional. Now you have to survive in different house, we are very happy, okay, though they pretend to avoid that emotional part than believing in the logical part that okay, she is leaving from our house, right? That's what intellectual is. I hope I covered reaction, repression, sublimation. Yeah, I covered all of them. Okay. Now psychoanalytic therapy. Now we have psychoanalytic therapy. So psychoanalytic therapy is involving relieving repression, fantasies, and fear both in feeling and in thought. This process involves transference, that is projecting of the attitudes and emotions originally directly towards the parents into the analyst. So psychoanalytic therapy. Yes. Any idea about psychoanalytic therapy? Yes. Psychoanalytic therapy.
Finding the problem and giving a treatment, like which releases the psychological problem.
Okay. So actually, it is again developed by Sigmund Freud, is a form of psychotherapy that seeks to explore the unconscious mind to uncover emotions, repressed emotions, memories and desires that influence behavior and mental health. Sometimes I want to achieve something, I want to do something which is not like I can't say. So there was a student in Amity University. She was in like too much depression. Then I asked her what actually is. She said, "Sir, I am planning to do something which I am regretting. My family is not accepting. My society is not accepting. So I am unable to share with you that." So what you will think if some girl is coming to you saying that I am doing something or I am going to do something which my family will not accept, my society will not accept, all people will not accept. What will come to your mind? I want responses. Come on.
Try to convince your parents. So we suggest that. But if
Okay.
that is also not happening, and if it won't impact much, maybe do whatever you like we suggest. If they are not
Okay.
accepting, and if
No, what is the what would be the issue she is trying to address? So she came for 2 days that I am hesitating to share with you what you will think about me. Even if a client is coming to you saying that I am planning to do something or I did something which my parents are not supporting, my society are not supporting, my family are not supporting, and even I am hesitating to share with you what you will think about me. So what you will think
Find the
the problem? No, no, what would be the problem? What you will think about the problem?
so you will try to make her comfortable or create a trustable place where she can share her thoughts or
Yeah,
whatever the
that is
problem
true.
is.
But what you will think she might have done, which she is not able to share. If 2 days some person is coming who is your student, so what you will think about that student? What would be the problem she is facing being a girl?
Maybe something related to her relationships.
Yes, even I thought the same. Okay. Any other opinion?
Maybe something related to her education or her future plans.
Yes. Okay. So even I thought something she might have
like
done
a
which is
freedom,
very wrong, which is not
freedom.
acceptable by the society, right? As she mentioned that what people will think about me, how you are going to judge me, even she used the word. So I was like, I got a lot of ideas what might be, but I did not even approach what exactly was the reality. So until she revealed that. Okay.
Maybe in her point of view, the society what she have seen is something different to what the reality is. So that can also be the case.
Just yes, please continue. Okay. So actually, the girl had planned to become nun. She was a Christian girl, so she want to leave education, she want to leave everything, and she want to join the church and all. She want to be a nun. So I said, what is wrong in this? I had lot of negative thoughts. What you might have done some murder or something. So that is what people sometimes, what they perceive, what is their, just a second, when you, okay. So sometimes what I believe is not acceptable by the society. Sometimes society appreciates that, or I feel that this thing is wrong, but in other terms it might be for other people right. Or there is another, this one small experiment is there. Sorry, perception. Each individual has different perception. I hope you might have seen that experiment. In a glass there is water, so some people perceive it half filled, some people perceive it half empty, some people perceive it full filled with water and air, right? So that all is perception. Sometimes what is wrong for you may not be wrong for me, sometimes what is wrong for me may not be. So a person who is cheating in the exam, for student it is wrong, but for the person who is doing it is right, isn't it? They are defending that. Sir, I did not attend the classes, that's why I am doing it. I have heard a lot of excuses for that also. So actually, what psychoanalytic therapy, what was the rationale behind this is, whatever your unconscious thoughts are, you put that, you project that, so that it will relieve you from inside. So sometimes, if we meet somebody who is very close to us, for example, each individual have someone very special in their life. It can be a father, mother, siblings, friend, or anyone. Even if I get sometimes stuck, I used to call my dad if there is any issue, or my brother. Okay, each individual have that. And even if I see my father or brother after a long time, I used to cry, not like this thing something bad, but that khushi ke aansu. Okay, so that happens sometime. So, and when we talk to them, we feel so much. Now every problem has got solution. I hope you all have such experiences. Okay, so in this therapy also, what they believe in, free will, not free will, sorry, free association. Free association is like, whatever you feel, even though you have some thought, you just project that, you just explore on that, you just share that, so that it will reveal your that heaviness, it will reduce the anxiety. So that's what psychoanalytic therapy in, was about. So yes, uncover repressed emotion. If whatever emotions you have, you uncover that. Memories, desire that influences behavior and mental health. The goal is to bring these unconscious elements to conscious awareness. So the purpose of this is to bring all these unconscious awareness, unconscious thoughts into consciousness. Okay, so that individuals can gain insight into their conflicts and ultimately find relief from psychological distress. Lage Raho Munna Bhai is another movie. I hope you might have watched that movie. Anyone? Yes, no? Am I audible?
Yeah, no, sir.
Okay. So in that movie, actually there is a person who spends lot of money, 6 to 7 lakh in stock market, and he is losing that all money. Okay, now he is having lot of negative thoughts. Obviously, if a person who earns a lot of money will have negative thoughts if that person loses that. So what in that movie happen is, they are asking him to confront. See, if you confront something, maybe for time being, the person you are confronting may get angry for some time. If I'm doing some mistake, if I confront this to my parents, they may stop talking to me for 1 month, they may dislike me for 1 month, but after 1 month they will feel proud again. But if they come to know from some other sources, it will be even in relationship. If even somebody did some mistake, you should project that, or you should open that. Okay, this happened. Because if tomorrow the source of that come to the opposite person, that will hurt the person most. Even though that person may get angry for 2 days, 3 days, and 4 days. Even I was discussing recently with my students one incident. If a person committed like murder or rape cases, rape culprits, right? Even though so many cases you might have heard, parents are saying hang them till death. In so many cases, you might have heard parents of the rape culprits are saying, if my son did this, okay, you need to hang them till death. Or another case, there are a lot of like kids nowadays who will run away with partner. They will leave their family, they will run away and get married to the partner. So for time being, the parents will say, you are dead for me. Even in uh, Sanam Teri Kasam movie, the parents are putting the mala on their daughter's photo. Some cases even parents will do to that extent also. But after years, you see, slowly the communication started again. Slowly they are trying to get close. In the murder cases also, the father who said, if my son did this murder, you hang them. After some years, you will see they only hiring an advocate and then trying to release them. Isn't it true or wrong? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, in that way, it is always better to confront. If there is something, we need to confront. So that's what. If there is something inside, you need to put that forward so that we will feel. We always say that it was huge on my heart. I was not able to take breath. Now you are with me. Now I feel relaxed. Now you hear to me properly. I feel relaxed. I went to a counselor and I shared my difficulties. Now I am feeling relaxed. Now I am feeling my heart is feeling light. Usually we does this. So that's what that free association has been introduced by Sigmund Freud, that you speak up whatever issue is there, uncover all the unconscious thoughts, interests, and all, so that individuals can gain insight into their conflicts. Because there is always a conflict. I like something, but because of fear I am not expressing that, right? So there is a conflict. I want to help somebody, but because of something, I don't like that person. So there is conflict. Heart is saying something, brain is saying something. Heart is saying, be is somebody in difficult situation, we should help. Brain is saying, no, he did not help me in that situation. Let me see how he is struggling, right? So there is a conflict. Sometimes there is intra conflict. So to swallow that, you need to put that unconscious will into the conscious part. So that is what psychoanalytic therapy was. Okay, so I think we can have a small break. You all want, right? So you need break, or shall we continue? Afterwards, you want break.
Anything is fine, sir. Like, you can continue.
Majority wins. Whatever you suggest.
Okay.
We'll join back by 12:10 if it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Take a small break. You'll join back. You can take 15 minutes break. No issue. You can have. I hope you all are at your home or at workplace. You can have something and come. Tea or something, or juice or something, whatever is feasible for you. Then we will get back at 12:20. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes, are we all back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you had something during the break? Yes, no? Or you are mostly on Moon Vrat? Anyway, happy Onam celebrations if anyone is celebrating Onam. No responses. Chal. Let's go with our topic. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Oh, okay, great. Chal. Now we have another approach that's called as humanistic approach. So humanistic approach was the founder of humanistic approach was Ibrahim Maslow, who gave a very like famous theory, hierarchy of needs, and then Carl Rogers. Okay, so what humanistic approach says about this is just a second. Let me check. Oh. So it emphasizes the inherent goodness of individuals, the importance of free will, and the drive towards self actualization, achieving one's full potential. Okay, so it focuses on personal growth, self awareness, and the concept that people have the ability to make conscious choice and change their lives. It was this humanistic approach was developed in mid 20th century as a reaction to both psychoanalytic and behavioral approach. Humanistic psychology is often referred to the third force in psychology. So after psychoanalytic and behavioral approach, humanistic approach existed. Okay. So in just a second. Okay. So according to this approach, abnormality results from refusal to accept personal responsibilities for one's own actions and thoughts. So what they believe, humanistic approach people who have founded this approach, they believe abnormality is the result from refusal to accept personal responsibilities. If you don't accept your personal responsibility, it will lead to abnormality for one's own actions and thoughts. When you are contradictory to what you have to do, when it is against what you are doing, then there will be a conflict. Human behavior is caused by the choice we make voluntarily. So, whatever behavior, human behavior, is caused by the choice we make voluntarily. Right. Okay. So, key concepts what humanistic approach have given is number one was self-actualization. It is actually a concept in Maslow's hierarchy theory also. So, what it talks about is the process of realizing and fulfilling one's own potential, capabilities, and purpose. Humanistic psychologists believe that person has an innate drive towards self-actualization. So, even in that theory, what Maslow says is when a person is achieving all the basic needs, okay, then belongingness, then self-esteem, then it leads to self-actualization. When all your, for example, if a person has a wish that he should get good education, then he should get good job, then he should get good family partner, after achieving that, he should have four-wheeler, he should have this, good education to children. That will lead to the self-actualization because their innate drives are achieved. A person who feels that they are living in alignment with their values, pursuing meaningful goals, and using their talents fully is said to be self actualized. When a person feels that they are living a life they deserve, they are having achieved, they already achieved the goals which they want to achieve, using their talents fully, whatever they have the potential, they are using that fully, are to be said as self actualized. Okay, so that is what self actualization is as per humanistic approach. Another concept they gave, unconditional positive regard, a concept developed by Carl Roger, one of the most prominent humanistic psychologists. It refers to accepting and respecting others as they are without judging the conditions. Unconditional positive regard. Can you give me one example? Why do we use unconditional positive regard? Anyone? Yes? Unconditional positive regard. Anyone? Some examples. After having something, you are becoming. Why so? Come on. No responses.
uh, Supporting or looking at a person in a positive regard, even though the person might not be good person. For example, only according to the societal norms, also you're still showing concern and looking at him
Oh,
in a
good,
positive
good.
way.
In our day-to-day life, I would like to quote one example. If you see a person who is very poor, or who is blind, or who is differently able person, have to cross the road, despite of knowing his religious, his region, his his her gender, okay, being keeping into consideration of third gender and others, LGBTQ, etc. So still you will help that person, keeping in your mind that tomorrow this person is not going to help me. See, if your boss is there and you are helping them for something, you know, if I help him today or her today, tomorrow I am going to get reward of that, right? That is conditional. Unconditional is when you are helping somebody when you know that you are not going to get back anything. For example, helping a person to cross the road, right? That's what unconditional regard is, right? But in therapy, how they use this unconditional positive regard? Actually, they use this unconditional positive regard in therapy. Okay, so we'll see. Another point here, what they mention is it refers to accepting and respecting others as they are without judging or conditioning. For example, somebody is coming to you as a client saying that I did this mistake, I had a relationship, or I had this thing. So, without judging that person, you are giving them positive regard. In therapy, a humanistic therapist offers unconditional positive regard, providing a non-judgmental. You can't say okay, if somebody is coming that I had an extramarital affair, or I was cheating my partner or something, you are not supposed to judge that person. Okay, then what next? How you are going to reconcile that, how you are going to work on your relationship? So that way it should be accepting environment, in which the client feels free to explore their thoughts and feelings. Client should not feel that this person is going to judge me, this person is going to have hatred towards me. You have to make such environment where the client feels that he is free to explore his feelings and thoughts. This approach creates a safe space for client, encouraging them to be open and vulnerable, which can facilitate healing and growth. So it encourages them to be open so that it will help them to heal and grow. Then third concept they gave, sorry, third concept they gave, person-centered therapy, or it is also known as client-centered therapy. Sometimes in exam they may ask client-centered therapy, then you will say no, there was person-centered therapy, client is now out of syllabus, right? What is client, by the way? Who is client in psychology?
The patient.
Subject.
The
Subject.
the patient. Yes. So in psychology, we call him as the client, and even in terms of court and law, they call the client them who are coming for filing case or something, right? There also in medical terms we call them as patients, right? Okay. Okay. So now we have person-centered therapy or client-centered therapy, developed by Carl Roger. This therapeutic approach emphasizes the client's capacity of self-direction and focus on their subjective experiences. So it emphasizes on client's capacity, what client can do for himself, what is the ability of a client to change in themselves, focus on their subjective experience. The therapist provide empathy, genuineness, and unconditional positive regard. So what therapists provide is empathy. Yeah, I know, I can feel your pain, I do understand the stage you are passing through, right? I am with you. Yeah, if I were at your situation, I could have done the same way, right? So these are how we can show the empathy to the client. What is empathy, by the way?
Being in someone's shoes.
Yes, very good. Okay. So then unconditional positive regard. Yes, but it is the client who leads the direction of therapy. In this, why they call it as client-centered therapy? It is not counselor-centered therapy. Client-centered therapy means when client himself is with the support of counselor directing the session. What is the goal? So the goal of client in this, usually the counselors are asking for the goal. What is the goal? I want to come out from the grief I had because my grandparents died or because some of my relative died. That is the goal. Now with empathy, genuineness, and unconditional positive regard, the counselor will help the client to achieve that goal. Got it? So that's why it's called client-centered therapy. So instead of focusing on diagnosis or directing the client, so instead of focusing on diagnosing that, okay, you have anxiety, you have depression because you lost somebody, huh? Instead of diagnosis or directing client, okay, you do this thing, you do that thing, this way you go. The therapist helps the client to explore their own thoughts, feelings, and potential solutions. So the counselor in this situation is helping the client to explore their own thoughts, explore their feelings. If you have negative thoughts, what will be the impact of it? Explore on it. What should you do? What type of thoughts you should have? How you are going to express your feelings? How you are going to behave with your siblings, with your relatives, so that your relations will not get affected. What would be the potential solutions, how you can overcome, then they will only give you the solution by doing this, by doing this, by doing this. So you have to just give them positive regard, unconditional support, empathy, and you should not be judgmental. Trusting in the client's ability to find their own answers. You need to trust in client's ability to find their own answers. Sometimes what we are giving answer, maybe it is very difficult for the client, but whenever client is giving you some answer, client will keep his ability into consideration. For example, I am saying you have to wake up at 5 o'clock in early morning and do exercise. But client knows that whether it is possible for that client to wake up at that time or not. Are you getting? So that is very important. We need to trust. We need to understand the client's ability. Right. Then we have another point called personal responsibility. Humanistic psychologists emphasize that individuals have the power and responsibility to make choices that shape their lives. So it is not me who is directing you to shape your life, but it is you who has the potential, who has the responsibility to change. Until and unless the client is not, do you ever heard that counselor is going home to home and doing analysis and calling people that you have depression, come to me for counseling? Have you ever heard that psychologists start campaigning that okay, they are testing and bringing the people, like in COVID we used to test and bring the people and admit them in the hospital?
No.
No, no.
Why so?
People don't accept, maybe,
Yes.
if
Actually,
yeah, you can go ahead.
Yes, Pravilka.
actually, the treatment, like these types of treatments, should be given only when it is needed, because they don't know the value of it. Firstly, it will be like a random suggestions or advices or some sympathy we are showing on to them. If they really need to get out of it, they only will approach. That is the correct way of handling the thing, I think so.
Yes, yes. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So, yes, yes, Swati.
Also, if someone randomly come to people and say, like, if doing a survey, if they say, okay, you have this kind of disorder, obviously nobody will accept. So I think that can also be a possible reason.
Yes. So, in mental status examination, there is one question in the last page of that, which is asking about the insight level of the client. So, if there is one insight level, it is completely denial, the denial defense mechanism we talk about. Okay. And if it is six, there are six levels. If it is six, so it is moral, like they are fully aware. Emotional level it is, so they are fully aware. In between it grades from 1 to 6. So if I have 10 clients in each level, level 1 10 clients, level 2 10 clients, level 3 10 clients, level 4, if I am giving therapy to all this 100 60 people, 10 from each level. One who are at denial, 10 people I have depression. Two level I have 10 people. Three level I have 10 people. So 60 people in six levels, right? Who will get recover fast? Can you give me the
Those who have accepted the fact that they were suffering and they have the
when you
illness.
accept, see, when you accept that you did something wrong or you have something wrong, then only you will be ready to change that. Until and unless, like the smokers, you don't accept You won't be able to change. I have seen one of my friend who was a chain smoker. He saw his friend dying because of the mouth cancer. And from that day, he stopped smoking at once because that was emotional inside. He saw his friend dying in front of him. So from that time, he never touched a cigarette. Until and unless you are not getting that emotional insight, you won't be able to change yourself. Right? So that is very important. Insight is very important. So lot of times, like there are questions in MSc also, mental status examination, whether you came by yourself or by suggesting someone who is the referrer, who referred you here to the psychologist. That also help the psychologist to understand his awareness. We used to ask some questions to check their memory, intact memory, other things like current memory, long-term memory, short-term memory. What is your birthday? What is today's date? You might have seen in mental states examination such questions. Who is our prime minister? What are our neighboring countries? What is the capital of India? Such questions you will ask. General knowledge, right? So when you feel the person is having the awareness, then it is easy to change there, because they will be ready to change. And when a person by themselves are coming that they have that issue, so there is more probability to recover. The recovery will get faster, because they are coming, they are paying a fee to a counselor for a session, for example 1000 or 2000. Why they will pay that? Because they really want to change, right? So that is the reason why they pay that. So this approach focuses on personal agency and free will. Okay, so this approach usually try to focus on personal growth and free will. Free will again, even free will Sigmund Freud use, even free will these people use humanistic approach also. So they should be, rather than blaming external factors or unconscious forces. So what Sigmund Freud said, it is because of unconscious forces. So this was again contradictory to Sigmund Freud. Humanistic approach was after behavioral approach and psychoanalytic approach. What they believe is, rather than blaming external factors or unconscious forces, a humanistic therapist would encourage a client to take ownership of their actions. If you did something wrong, you are the owner. You are the person who did this wrong. You are the responsible person for this. And decisions and recognize the potential for growth and change. So you are the leader, you are the owner of your actions, and you are the owner to take the decisions to recognize the potential that is inside you for your growth and change. So their approach is different. Now tell me which approach is right and which is wrong, psychoanalytic or humanistic? Yes, both are wrong. Anyone? I want response.
Sir, when they are morally anxiety, like morality anxiety, you already said no. When
Mm-hmm.
they are in that condition, I think the second one is correct.
Hmm.
And when they are like when they are facing the guilt and they want to get rid of that grief and things, the first one is correct. I think so.
Okay. Okay, I did not ask you particular to moral anxiety or any anxiety. I was just talking about approaches. There is no approach which is wrong. It is like, who is wrong about this saying this is half filled or this is half empty or it is full filled with air and water. All depends on the perception. Behaviorist perception was something about abnormal behavior. They were wrong from their perspective. Psychoanalytic perspective, they are right from their perspective, and even humanistic approach, they are right from their perspective. So these are different schools of thought which give different interpretation to the same problem, and nobody is wrong in that. They are explaining there with scientific evidences, and all the three type of therapies are working in that. Now it depends on which individual what will, because personality is dynamic in nature. In your family, some of them like idli, some of them like dosa more. From the same, even if there are two siblings, some of them will be liking one type of curry, another will be liking different type of curry. Being same from same parents, being same twins and all, but still there will be preferences which are different. So there are individual differences always. Okay. Yes. So another point, fifth point is holistic view of the person. So that is again important point. What they discuss is holistic view of the person. Humanistic psychologists view the individual as a whole rather than reducing behavior to specific parts like instincts, psychoanalysis, or stimuli and responses, behaviorism. It considers the complexity of human emotions, thoughts, relationships, and experiences. So they behave in whole rather than parts. So humanistic approach only says parts are greater than, sorry, whole is greater than its parts. The meaning is if there is one hand, there is a leg, there is nose, there is eye, this all is greater than a human being. Getting, that's why they said parts whole is greater than its parts. Oh. A humanistic therapist would explore not only a person's immediate problems but also their overall sense of purpose, personal values, and meaning in life. It's again very important point what they said. A humanistic approach is not going to just treat the problem. It is also going to look overall sense of purpose. Personal values. What are your personal values? Until and unless people are not activating their morals, their principles, or they are not having ethical values, meaning in life, they are not able to do something. That's why the crime rate and all is increasing day by day. Because people don't have meaning in life. People don't have personal values. People are lacking sense of purpose. Why they are here? Who I am? Lot of people have now question. That's why lot of nowadays atheist population is increasing day by day. Lot of people are questioning themselves who they are. That's why if you see now gender identities, LGBTQ plus, now it will go ahead day by day. There are, have you heard about marrying oneself? Now there is something concept called marrying oneself. You know that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
One of
Now,
the lady gave divorce to herself. She is fighting for that also.
yes. So now there are different scenarios, there are different situations, isn't it? So until and unless we don't understand sense of purpose, personal values, or meaning in life, then we can go to any extent. If a person who is having sense of purpose, who is having personal values, who is having meaning in life, they will never do a little bit wrong or little bit sin, what we call, right? So humanistic approach is focusing on that also. Again, another point of them is emphasis on the present rather than the past. Unlikely psychoanalysts, which focuses on unconscious conflicts rooted in the past. Humanistic psychologists emphasize living at the present and dealing with current experiences. A therapist working from a humanistic perspective may ask questions: how are you feeling right now? What is happening in your life at the moment, to focus on the client's present emotional state. Now it depends. Actually, I was working as a counselor in Apollo Hospital. So there, lot of cases are coming. Now, sometimes it's not always we will use behavioral approach for every client. It is not also possible to use psychoanalytic approach free will. Then they will say, somebody will say, I like my boss, I can't suggest to go and propose her. Okay, so free will sometimes is restricted, right? So that way we need to understand which approach is suitable for which situation. If boss is coming for counseling as client is coming for counseling, I can't go with same therapy. Are you getting? So there will be different. So I need to make them understand, as a boss you have been also a employee, so you should understand the difficulty level of them also. You also might have committed some errors and some problems. So that way, for a client, I need to keep, boss has another boss who are them. Tomorrow you will become, then how you are going to deal? If I am saying them, oh, you are self this thing, you are this thing, then there will be more clashes between them, right? So it is very important to understand which approach to use at what situation. We can't use all the approaches or any one approach for all the situations. That is very important. So here important point is, as we discussed earlier, that psychoanalytic approach is focusing on unconscious thoughts which are of past. Psychoanalytic approach is saying that whatever is there in your unconscious desire, childhood desire or something, that will be the leading cause to your abnormal behavior. But humanistic approach is saying why you are going back to the past. So that way, I most of the times use this with my clients. They are saying, I did this, I did this. I used to say, okay, yesterday you did something wrong. You slapped somebody. Okay, now you are regretting. Can you go back with that time and change that situation? No. Now what can you do? Okay, yesterday you did something, go ask for forgiveness. Ask sorry. That only you can do right now. People are saying, there are so many people, so they used to say, I am bad, I am doing committing sin, now God is not going to forgive me, so I will be continuing this. So right now you have this much only, why you are trying to make it this much? There is a probability, if you have less sin only, so there will be less punishment. If you are going on, then it will become more, right? So in that case, what we need to do is we need to do present always. So some of the clients used to say, past this, past this, past this. I used to say one thing: can you change your past? I don't think anybody in this group also is here who will say, yes, I can change my past. Anyone can change your past?
No.
Anyone can
No, sir.
change your future?
In future, yes, sir.
How?
By changing whatever we're doing in present that we don't like. To become the person that we want to be in the future, we have to change right now, present.
Yeah.
Okay.
Learning from the past mistakes. Try to not repeat the same again.
Okay. But do we have any guarantee about tomorrow? What is going to happen tomorrow?
No,
Being
no,
in a
sir.
realistic, not in an emotional stage. Last time we discussed about that. Now we can only have good hope about tomorrow,
Yeah.
future, right? Hope. Today only I had a news. It was shocking news. 2 year, no, second class girl got cardiac attack. I was talking to my friend, what is this now? In UP, who is studying in second class got heart attack. Like there is no pressure, there is nothing. How come? So we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. Nobody have ever imagined that there will be a day when whole India will be locked down. Have you ever imagined before 2019 that whole India will be locked down? Never. We never imagined that, right? But suddenly, what happened? Almost for 2 years was this thing close, right? So we don't know about our future. Today, I am surviving. Tomorrow, I don't know whether I will be alive or not. Nobody knows that thing, right? So we can have good hope about tomorrow. So always now, if we work on our present, we can't work on our past, we can't work on our future. We can only work for our present. If from now onwards I am trying to change my present, I want to be a very good person, I want to change, I want to like reduce all my negativities in my mind, I want to have a good life now onwards, I want to reduce the thought process with whatever is negative from now onwards. So if I start from now onwards, next year September 15th 2025, I can say my past is good, my present is good, future again it is hope only. So by that way, indirectly we can change our past. No one can change directly our past. But if today I had a good moment with someone, I happily talk to somebody, it can change my present. And tomorrow I can remember that only. That is this thing. So that's why, what will you get after regretting from something what you did yesterday? Other than working on today to change that yesterday's thought, right? So it is always better to work on the present rather than thinking about the past or future. That is what they emphasize on. They emphasize on present. So a therapist work from a humanistic perspective may ask question, how are you feeling right now? If I'm saying how was your yesterday, then again you will have, sir, oh, that person did this thing with me, this was this thing, it was bad, it was flooded in Vijayawada, I had a bad day, this day. Why you want to remember that such moments right now? Obviously when you are meeting new person, even though if it is a counselor, so you will say I am feeling good. Now another example, if I say I got promotion, majority of you will give a good gesture, smiling face. Knowing even this thing, I'm not going to give you even treat because this is an online session, right? And I don't know whether we will meet offline anytime or not, but still you will feel so good for me, majority of you, right? Isn't it? Okay, so again, if I say that I lost my purse, lot of your mood, everyone mood will be oh so sad, isn't it? Automatically. So if a person is coming to a humanistic therapist at that instant and saying, how are you feeling right now? So obviously, what will be the response? If I'm asking you, how are you feeling right now? I hope nobody will say I am bored with your lecture. Right? So you will say, and when you say this thing, I am feeling happy, I am feeling right now okay, that much is enough to give you another thought. So if you know who is the father of positive psychology, have you heard about positive psychology?
Yes, we do have that subject, but not sure who is the father of positive psychology.
Anyone? Seligman. Huh, I was trying to recall his name.
Actually, I googled it, sir.
Ah,
Martin.
Martin Seligman. Okay. So, okay, Seligman in one conference at uh, APA, American Psychological Association, organized one conference in 1999. So he said, if we just give a command in Google that I need a study on depression. If you give, it will show you inside in left side of your computer results in lakhs. Okay. And if you give another command, studies on happiness, it will give you in, now it will give you in thousands, because from 1999 people have changed from negative like other psychology to positive psychology, right? Not negative psychology, from other like negative variables, we can say depression, anxiety, fear, these all variables were very common. But what he suggested is, instead of these all, because when I am saying happy, automatically that gesture is coming, that changes my mind. Happy, I feel it even psychologically, isn't it? When we see hear some good news about somebody, we feel happy, right? Even though if it is too much stressed situation, right? So if we talk about something negative, toxic, it will even spoil our mood. When you are happy and you hear something bad, it will spoil obviously your mood, isn't it? So that way, he said, why can't we talk about some positive variables? If I say happiness, always everyone's gesture will be that happy. If I say sad, so automatically your mood will be like that. Angry, right? Disgusting, right? So you see the expressions of yourself with these words, right? So, huh. So with these words also, we will have different expressions, right? Are you getting what I mean to say? So, same way, when we are asking what is happening in the life at the moment, so what the person will think that moment only. How are you feeling right away, yeah, right now? So that will be, instead of asking, because when I ask you, what was your, how was your day yesterday? You will remember all that, or last month, week. You will remember all that flood, rain, everything, this thing. If I say you, how are you feeling? I know that this time you don't have any disturbance and all. You are calm, quiet, without any distractions and all, right? So obviously you will give good response. If I try to recall, ask you to recall yesterday you had fight with somebody in family member or nearby neighbors or something, then you will get that negative vibes, right? That's why humanistic perspective is trying to focus on the present rather than the past, right? But in psychoanalytic approach, they are saying that it is because of the past only. So we want to just express, let them express that. So they are not wrong in some cases, that works. These people are not also wrong in some cases. Humanistic approach works. So this was about humanistic approach. Now coming to behavioral approach. So behavioral approach, yes. I hope we all know about behavioral approach. What you know, just share. Yes.
Understanding the behavior of a person.
Yes. So John Watson, father of behaviorism. Okay. So he was the father of behaviorism, and he is one of the person who did a lot of work on behaviorism. Then we have Ivan Pavlov. Ivan Pavlov was a endocrinologist, the person who is treating the stomach related issues. Okay, so he was a doctor by profession. And then we had BF Sickner. These are the three prominent people who worked on behaviorism. After that, we have one more person. His name is Bandura. Alfred Bandura, I think. Yes. Okay. So we'll see what behaviorism perspective is talking about. Behavioral perspective. Behavioral perspective focus on the role of learning in explaining both normal and abnormal behavior. So it is mostly focusing on learning. So it is saying whatever abnormal or normal behavior you have, it is because of learning. Now we all may have a question. So who is right? Always it is again depending on individual. Is it learning or is it this thing? So I will give you another personal example of this. Just a second. Ah. So I will give you one personal example of this learning behavior, observation behavior. So my family, my father taught me from childhood only, never ever smoke. Even though my father was a smoker, he was a chain smoker. Then after the my siblings and me, we realized that it has bad impact. Now he is not smoking. But since birth, like since we got little bit mature, he used to teach us कि this was the wrong thing I did because of friends' influence and all. I went into smoking, and he taught us what are the consequences and all. So we start hating smoking because it is when you are guiding a student or a little child for something, it will impact them. So we start hating. I even if somebody in front of me is smoking, I will get headache. I don't like. Even I have a lot of times like argued with people who are in train or bus or somewhere smoking in public place. Recently only it was like prohibited. Earlier people used to smoke anywhere. So I used to always have argue with people on this because I don't like. So once what happened is my friends tied with me with a tree and tried to give me cigarette. But still I did not have. My majority of my friends were into smoking behavior. I was the only one who never got influenced with smoking. It's all about observation. Sometimes, and a leading cause of smoking is peer pressure. There are studies which says that leading cause of smoking is one of the leading cause is peer pressure. Right? Yes. So, what are the key principles of behavioral approach? Learning through conditioning. So, it was classical conditioning, Ivan Pavlov, who did one experiment. I hope you all might be aware of that experiment. Anyone?
Yes, sir. It's on the dog.
Yes.
Like he used to give the food to the dog and ring the bell.
Yes.
He did that for some time, and later, even if he did not put the food and just ring the bell, the dog used to release the saliva, thinking that there is food coming.
Yes. So that is what classical conditioning he call as. Right. On that basis only aversion therapy is there. We were discussing about people who are into smoking and all. Right. Okay. So, discovered by Ivan Pavlov, classical conditioning involves learning through association. A neutral stimulus, one that initially does not elicit a response, becomes associated with an unconditional stimulus. You know, even this school bell at 1 o'clock, right? It is associated that there is a break. You try sometime if somebody is just doing bell at 12 o'clock only, kids will leave the class and run out from the class because they are not associated with the time that 1 o'clock will be the recess break, rest break, or lunch break, but they are associated with the bell. Are you getting? Yes.
Yes.
Pavlov's famous experiment with dogs showed that a bell, neutral stimulus, could be paired with food, unconditional stimulus, to make dog salivation, unconditional response at the sound of the bell alone. So he did that experiment and he scientifically showed that how it works. right? Yes. Then coming to BF Sickner, operant conditioning. He also did one experiment. I have to go a little brief because I don't think we will be able to finish. I am at 9th slide of the whole this thing. So we have to hold on. And I will share with you the PPT also. Anyway. Okay. So BF Sickner, what he did, he gave operant conditioning. So in operant conditioning, what he believed is behaviors are more likely to be repeated when there are reinforces and less likely when there are punishments. So he said, if you appreciate some behavior, it is likely to be repeated. If you punish some behavior, it is likely to be reduced. For example, give me examples. You might have a lot of examples because most of you are working. You might have seen this with kids and all. Yes. Any examples?
In schools like education, if a teacher encourages the student, he will get that motivation to do to study more or to learn more. If he get punished, he lose interest and try to develop fear towards that one.
Hmm. What they believe is, what Skinner belief is, he believed that if you give punishment, so the person will reduce that behavior. I still remember when I was in third class or second class, I used to count that how many very good I got and how many goods I got. I used to count. Literally, I still remember. My teachers used to give good, so I was always counting. It should be like every day one good. Sometimes I used to ask, sir, today also I need good. So sometimes by being a good student, they used to give. Sometimes they know if we don't give, so he won't work. So they used to give. So I still remember that, and it really works. So you always have seen if a child is doing any behavior which is unacceptable. For example, trying to touch a switchboard, you will say, "Don't touch it." Even that is coming in punishment. Don't touch it. When you shout, that is also coming in punishment. So our I have a niece. My niece used to do what she used to do is she used to put everything red in her mouth. So she was obsessed with red. Whatever red comes, even if it is edible or not, she will put. So my younger brother, he is doing law. So what he did, he purposefully put once that red chili in her mouth. From that day, she is never ever touching any red thing. So now she feels that whatever red is, it will be bitter. Are you getting? So sometimes we used to do something, and even we used to train our kids. Okay, you will get remote control only once you are done with your homework. If you are not scoring high marks, you will not be allowed to watch TV or your favorite series. If you are scoring high marks distinction, you will get bicycle, you will get bike, you will get mobile phone. Nowadays our reinforcements are like mobile phone, recharge, game, laptop and all, right? So that will enhance their behavior. If you get, there were time when teachers use sticks, right, in the school to teach the kids, but still the percentage of result was 60%, 70%, right? But nowadays if you see, results are plus 90% without using stick is restricted in all the institutes now. Are you getting? So why nowadays there is a competition. Nowadays they are using reinforcement, they are using punishment in different. Even nowadays if you humiliate a student in class, that will be the best punishment. If in front of opposite gender or in front of other students you are saying that why did not you do homework, why you are late to class, they will be disturbed for one day. Because nowadays more emotional work, this thing is working than the physical beating. Are you getting? So that really works a lot. Okay. So A child who receives praises, positive reinforcement for cleaning their room is more likely to repeat the behavior, while a child who gets scolded for misbehaving, punishment, is likely to engage in the misbehavior again. So less likely to. Okay, so if a person who is doing something which is good, for example, in school somebody is doing all the homework, we are giving them appreciation, okay, positive regard, very good beta, you have got this is the prize for you. The another person who gets punishment for not coming to school, they are trying to reduce that behavior. That is what operant condition talks about, reinforcement and punishment. So reinforcement increases the likelihood of a behavior, and punishment decreases the likelihood of the behavior. So if you are achieving good marks, you will be reinforced. If you are achieving bad marks, you will be punished. Right? So there is positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, positive punishment, positive reinforcement. So positive reinforcement means adding a favorable outcome, rewards, praises to increase the behavior. For example, I am giving you pen for achieving good marks, so it will increase. Negative reinforcement, removing an adverse stimulus, stopping loud music or discomfort to increase the behavior. Positive punishment, adding an unfavorable outcome. For example, scolding, spanking to decrease a behavior, shouting at somebody to decrease a behavior, or removing something desirable, which is in negative punishment, taking away privileges. If you got less marks, so you are not allowed to watch movies, you are not allowed to go for dinner with your friends, you are not allowed to do this stuff, so that to change that behavior. Then we have observable behavior. Behaviors Behaviorists believe that psychology should be a science based on observable behaviors rather than subjective phenomena like thought, emotion, or consciousness. This makes behaviorism more focused on measurable and testable aspects of human behavior. Okay, so okay, so behavioral therapy was the contribution what they gave. Behavioral therapy applies the principles of conditioning to change problematic behavior. So it applies the principles like we have punishment, reinforcement, or even aversion therapy as we discussed. This approach is widely used to treat disorders such as anxiety, phobias, depression, and substance abuse. Behavior modification techniques like systematic desensitization, token economy, and aversion therapy are common examples. So, systematic desensitization is used for people who are having OCD or anxiety. For example, people are having fear to travel in aeroplane. So, how a psychologist can help those? So, in systematic desensitization uh, therapy, what we do is first psychologist will talk to the client regarding a trip, and the trip will be to such a place where you can only go by air only. For example, if there is a fear of planes, then they will just visit one day, like it will go for months. One day they will visit airport, or sometimes they will watch a movie on that. Most of the aeroplane scenes are shown in a positive way, not like in negative, it will make more fear. Okay, so after that, they will take the person to airport. They will just make entry with legal advisory and all. They will get even permission to enter in the airport, and they can even sit in the aeroplane without like flying and come back on that day. So they will also measure the anxiety level of the client that time. By that, then next time they can accompany the client to be comfortable in that situation. Okay, so that's what systematic desensitization therapy is. Then token economy, commonly used in institutional settings. Token economy involves rewarding desirable behavior with tokens that can be exchanged for privilege or reward. So if you have 30 goods in a month, you will get one chocolate, right? So your rewards, your tokens will be converted on some gifts. If you get, my parents used to say, if you get this many goods, we will take you to picnic somewhere. Okay, so that works. That's what token economy is. It usually helps with students, kids. Aversion therapy, as already we discussed. Technique pairs unwanted behaviors like smoking or drinking with unpleasant stimulus to reduce the behavior. For example, current. Education. The behavioral approach has been, oh, no, not this. Wait. So it was about behavior. Yes, behavioral. Classification of psychopathology. So psychopathology has been classified by two different organizations, WHO and APA, in DSM and ICD. Okay. So DSM, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, and ICD, International Classification of Disorders. Meaning and purpose of classification of psychopathology. What is the purpose and meaning? Why do we need classification? Classification is scientific context, refers to taxonomy. Okay. It also refers to nomenclature, which describes the names and labels that may make up a particular disorder, such as schizophrenia or depression. Okay. So classification is again very important. So even, for example, in a class we have different students, right? So what do we do? Any sort of classification with students? You will see distinction, these many people, first division, these many students, this division. So there is a criteria for that. Those who got 80 and above, they are in one grade. Those who got 70 plus, they are distinction. Those who got 60 to 74, they are in first division. 50 to 60, second division. Then like that. So there is a grading system, right? Okay. So that way we can classify, okay, which student we will put it in which category. Also the person, for example, if we have to give a medical or non-medical to a kid, so we will check what is their performance in, so which group we will put them. So for that, we, it is important to have that classification. So same way, to understand the disorders, we need to categorize them. Okay, so five primary purposes of classification. What is that? Number one, communication, so we can communicate them. Number two, control, comprehension, distinction, so we can comprehend them, we can distinguish them from one to another one. Prognosis, prediction, so we can understand the number of cases and we can do the predictions. So for classification we have three approaches: categorical approach, dimensional approach, and prototypical approach. Yes. So on the basis of different categories, on the basis of dimensions, we are like describing them. History of classification is not again that, like, you can go through these slides. Ancient classification was there, which we discussed earlier. Then historical classification, evaluation in classification, which we are going to development of ICD. Now we will talk about the classification ICD. ICD is International Classification of Disorders. It is developed by WHO, World Health Organization. Okay. Milestones in diseases classification. The first international cause of death listed in 1893 lead to the creation of the International Statistical Classification of Disease and Related Health Problems, ICD by WHO. Sorry, ICD was developed by WHO, World Health Organization, and DSM is developed by APA, American Psychological Association. Okay. So development of mental disorders classification. It was only with ICD-6 in 1949 that a separate section for mental disorders was included. Earlier, there were not separate mental disorder. If you know the history of psychology, psychology also was merged with philosophy. So later on, only it got separated from philosophy. ICD-8 in 1972 introduced a comprehensive glossary for mental disorders. Evolution of ICD-9 published in 1977 includes a greater clinical modification with volume 1 and 2 focusing on diagnostic codes and volume 3 explaining procedure codes for mental and behavioral disorders. So these are the different years when ICD got introduced and how it was merged with other fields and then how it got separated. Classification of mental disorders in ICD-10. Right now, which ICD do we have? Any idea? Do we have any ICD? Have you heard about ICD earlier?
Oh, sir.
Huh?
No idea.
No idea. Okay. It is a manual. Actually, we do have dictionary for different words, right? Same way, doctors have their own manuals for different diseases. Same way, psychologists have ICD and DSM to understand if there is a depression. When can I say a person or a client is having depression? Just tell me. When can? It's not like Wikipedia or Google Baba. If somebody is saying I am sad, so I will diagnose him with depression. Somebody is saying I because of examination I have anxiety, so I will diagnose, okay, you are anxious person. Somebody is saying I had dreams, I had this thing, hallucination, delusion, so okay, you are schizophrenic. It's not that. So there should be proper this thing. When we are diagnosing that person is having malaria, when we are diagnosing the person is having typhoid, when we are diagnosing the person is having cancer, are you getting? So there is proper investigation. It is not by looking only, oh, you have this thing, you have this thing. Are you getting? So that way we need to have a referrer, which can be, it is not, for example, if I see a person, I will say you have depression, he goes to another doctor, he says you have anxiety, then he goes to another one, he says you have OCD, then another one will say it is borderline personality, another one bipolar. It's not like that. So to be make it in a scientific way, we need some criteria, we need some diagnostic manual, so that if it falls under this category, then only we can say this person is having this disorder. Are you getting? Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So classification of mental disorders in ICD-10. Actually, in your syllabus they have mentioned ICD-10 and DSM-5, but currently we have ICD-11 and DSM-6 also available in the market. But as in your curriculum it is given ICD-10, so we will talk about ICD-10. So there is a classification from F00 to F09. It includes the disorders related to organic, including symptom- symptomatic, mental disorders, dementia, delirium, and organic. Then we have F10 to F19. It is mental and behavioral disorders due to use of psychoactive substances, alcohol, cocaine, and tobacco. Then we have F20, which is schizophrenia and its types, schizotypal and delusion disorder. Then F30 to F39. F30 to F39 is mood disorders. That's what I was talking about. Affect, AFFECT in morning. So mood is affect. Affect other name is mood. When you are getting affected by your mood, right? Then manic, bipolar, and depressive. Then we have 40 to 48 neurotic, stress related, and somatoform disorders, phobia, OCD, adjustment, and dissociative disorders. Then we have F50, F59, behavioral syndrome associated with psychological disturbances and physical factors, eating, sleep, sexual disorders. Then we have F60 to F69, disorders of personality and behavioral in adult persons, specific impulsive disorders, gender identity. Then we have F70, mental retardation, which is in kids. So all disorders related to children and mental disorder retardation is coming under F70. F80 to 89 is disorders of psychological development, speech, language, and pervasive development. F90 to 98, behavioral and emotional disorders with onset usually occurring in childhood and adolescence. Then unspecified mental disorders. So in this we have unspecified mental disorder, and in ICD 11 there is some more additional and some more modification than this. So this is the classification. Then we have DSM. So, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders, published by American Psychiatric Association (APA), is the handbook. Sometimes there may be question to compare the DSM and ICD. Okay, so DSM is usually based on the problems and issues which are faced in US, because the see, when any disorder is there, it will be on the basis of, for example, there was COVID-19, right? So they gave trial first for that vaccine, Covishield, and another one was there. They will give first on animals, then on human beings, right? And there should be 900% accuracy. We can't say ki out of 100, if 5 people die also, no issue, so by that vaccine. So we don't have to take risk in such things, right? So DSM is usually like the disorders are tested on the population of US. Okay, but in ICD they have considered throughout the world. DSM, all the members of Psychological Association for this DSM are from US only. But when we are talking about ICD, so from all the countries of the world, most of the countries of the world, people are there. There are cultural related issues that are also cited in DSM, ICD, not in DSM. So ICD is international classification. International itself means when all the places related issues are there. Getting? So that's why ICD is in more than 100 languages translated, and it is used worldwide, not only in America. Coming to DSM, so first DSM came 1952, then DSM second 1968, DSM third 1980, then DSM third revised. DSM third revised came 1987, then DSM fourth 1994, then DSM fourth revised again came 2000, and DSM 5 came 2013, and recently DSM 6 also came. DSM IVTR. So in your syllabus they have given this only. That's why I have mentioned this. DSM consists of three major components features: that diagnostic classification, the diagnostic criteria sets, and the descriptive text. So diagnostic classification is a categorical classification system. The categories are prototypes and a patient with a close approximation of the prototype is said to be have that disorder with qualifiers. So if so there are given some classifications. For example, depression has this symptom. If a person is close to that, then only we can diagnose that. Diagnostic criteria. Each disorder includes the DSM IVTR includes a set of diagnostic criteria, including symptoms that are present and for how long. So even in this, it is given that if a symptom, if you have lack of sleep, how long it has been, then only we will be diagnosing it with insomnia. It is not yesterday you were attending a marriage function, you did not sleep, and you are coming, sir, from last 2 days I was unable to sleep, and I will say, okay, you are in insomnia. Or you say that I travel for 5 days, now I am tired from last 3 days, I am sleeping 10 hours. I will say it is hyposomnia. Diagnosis, right? So no. How long it has been, so proper criteria is given in DSM. Okay, if it is from last 3 weeks continuously, then only I can think of giving the diagnosis. And another thing, psychologist can save a person from, even if he is at the each of death, for example, hanged to be hanged till death, right? If there is one psychological report, okay, this person was not mental. If you have watched the movie Aprachit, have you watched the movie Aprachit or Aparchit? Multiple personality disorder or
Yes, sir.
dissociative identity disorder. In
Yes, sir.
that, what happened? He did lot of murders, but at last, the psychologist is giving one this thing: if the person is psychologically unwell. So, court can't give punishment to such a person. Are you getting? Sometimes some people are misusing that. Okay, that also comes under ethics. Okay, so there should be proper investigation, proper timing, proper symptoms should properly match with sometimes there is something called, like, same symptom is in one and another one also. There is term for that which I just forgot. Comorbid. There is comorbidity. Comorbidity means, for example, a person is having anxiety as well as a person is having depression. So in both cases, the person may have appetite change. In both cases, the person may have sleeplessness. In both cases, the person may feel worthlessness. In both cases, the person may feel low self esteem. Then, which one to give? There is a confusion. There is comorbidity. The symptoms which you are talking are falling under both the categories. So, then what you will do? That criteria also is there. You can give it comorbid with this disorder. Anxiety is comorbid with depression, right? So it will give you that also, duration also, how many symptoms, and even it is written in that if out of 5 symptoms 3 are with the person, so then what will be the situation you can give, what sort of disorder. Are you getting? Anyway, yes. Descriptive criteria. Okay, diagnostic criteria. Each disorder includes the DSM includes a set of diagnostic criteria, including symptoms that are present and for how long. That's why duration is also important. It is not from last 2 days you are busy due to busy schedule. You are saying that I have all the symptoms of one disorder, so it can't be given. Descriptive text. The third component of the DSM is to descriptive text that accompanies each disorder. The text of the DSM IVTR systematically describes each disorder under the following headings: diagnostic features, subtypes, specifics, recording, procedure, associative features and disorders, specific culture, age and gender features, prevalence scores, familiar pattern, and differential diagnosis. So these all are there. we need to consider all diagnostic classification, diagnostic criteria, as well as descriptive text to diagnose the disorder. Now we have multi-axel classification in DSM. Axel 1, clinical disorders and other conditions that may be focus of clinical attention. Axis 2, we have personality disorders and mental retardation. Then third, we have general medical conditions. In this DSM, we have medical conditions, but in ICD, we are more focusing on psychological issues only. And fourth, we have psychosocial and environmental problems. Then fifth, global assessment and relational functioning, GARF. Evaluation of DSM, validity and reliability. Okay, this validity and reliability concept I will teach you on Saturday, 28th something in research methodology. Developmental pathogens. Okay, developmental risk factors. Biological cause. Okay, another cause for disorders or mental health related issues is biological cause. Now, as we already discussed about behavioral cause, we already discussed about humanistic perspective, we already discussed about psychodynamic perspective. Now we have biological prospect, biological cause. So in this, the first one is genetic vulnerability. What is genetic vulnerability? If you have seen ever, okay, did you ever visit to a clinical psychologist as a client? No.
No.
Did any client visit to a counselor in your presence? Or do you know any client who has some psychological issue who visit? Are you familiar of that?
Yes.
Okay, can you share?
I've seen people who approached a counselor or a psychiatrist because of anxiety issues, depression, and some marriage related issues.
Okay.
Like I have seen people who approached because of these.
Okay. Have you seen mental status examination, that questionnaire, that form? Anybody?
Yes, in our first year.
In there is one family tree.
Yeah, yeah,
Have you seen?
yes.
Why we need family tree? What is the clinical significance of family tree? If you tell me that, that is the answer of all the biological approach what we
There
have.
can be some problems that are inherited because of genes.
Exactly. Yes. So majority, sometimes the cause of psychological disorder is not known. Why a person is having depression, we don't know. Now, each approach will give their explanation, right? Psychoanalytic will say that it is because of the unconscious desires, unconscious wishes. That's why the person is in depression. Behaviorists will give some other reason. It is because of learning. Humanistic approach will give their own because of not having meaning in life. Biological approach will give their that because their parents also were depressed, that's why their son is also or daughter is also in depression. Are you getting? Now again, as I earlier said, nobody is wrong. All have their perspective with evidences. It can be because of genetic factor, it can be because of unconscious wills or wishes or desires, it can be because of some other issues. So now it depends on which individual, what is the cause or what is the reason, right? Genetic vulnerability. Till now, schizophrenia or majority of the psychological disorders, the only prominent known cause is genetic? The first question usually we ask to the client is there anyone in your family who had any sort of psychological or psychiatric illness? Are you getting? So that
Yes.
is the first rule to identify whether it has any genetic or not. Because majority of the studies have shown that if it is schizophrenia, if it is depression, if it is alcohol related, substance related disorder, so majority of them have biological basis behind. Majority of them have genetic related issues. If a father is having or forefather or relative mother or anybody in the family, that's why almost 2 to 3 generations we are writing in that family tree. And anyone having the same issue, they will say our grandparent had, like it is like diabetes. For diabetes also we used to ask this question, like physicians, physical doctors used to ask this question, whether there is anybody in your family who had diabetes. Because again, diabetes have the only one like scientific cause which is known majorly is genetic. Same way in psychology, majority of disorders have a genetic cause. Etiology is as genetic. Then neuroendocrine systems, then gland hormonal change and all, physical handicap or postnatal abnormalities, physical early physical development, even not only genetic. Then they are talking about prenatal development. If you know, if there is a lady who is pregnant, if she smokes, it will have, even if we are going for an assessment of a child, there will be such questions also. During the pregnancy, did you met small or major accident? What were your food habits? Whether you were having the, always, doctor will suggest to the pregnant lady to have nutritious food, right? Supplements, because whatever mother is having, it directly affects the baby's health, fetus health. If a mother is having healthy diet, fetus will be accordingly. If a mother, even if a mother is in depression or tension or stress, that will also affect the fetus health. Have you heard this, or this is the first time you are hearing this? Yes, no, don't know.
About the food, yes, but about
About
the
the stress
psychological
also,
conditions, no.
psychological conditioning are the leading conditioning.
Yeah, when they got very like stress, the BP increases and it pauses.
Exactly. See, that's what I was saying in the morning early, that these are vicious circle. One is dependent on another. Another one is dependent. If a person is physically ill, he will get mental illness. If a person is mentally ill, he will get physical illness. You know that. If I am very stressful, I will get headache. Usually it happen with people. Now, another example I will give you. Anyone among you is teacher or ever did some invigilation in exams? Okay. So I have experience, and you might have experience being like whenever you were studying in the college and all. Most of the people will feel sick during the examination time. Have you observed this thing?
Yes, sir.
Even if you are working in the companies, when there is some sort of evaluation or something, most of the people will fall sick. It will be because of the mental pressure they have. When students are looking at the question paper, oh, so in day only they are looking at stars, then most of them will faint, most of them will get blank, most of them will get headache, right? Are you getting? So it impacts. Then there will be a physical problem also, not only mental issue. Then it will lead to other issues. Then students will argue with supervisor also, teacher also. Are you getting? That will deteriorate their relationship with the faculty, right? So it is all interdependent with each other, right? Okay, so it really impacts if a mother is involved in drugs, in smoking, in any tension, stress. That's why always we need to, doctor need to suggest, doctor used to advise that you need to take care of this. There are a lot of miscarriage cases. Why that all happen? Even there are people who did not fall, but still there are miscarriages. Sometimes it is because of psychological stress. When people take too much stress, so that all are the possibilities. Early physical deprivation of basic psychological needs, stimulation and activation. Okay, even if you have observed this thing, when we are going for a child assessment, so baby cry, first cry, whether it was present or not, whether a baby was able to hold neck in 2 months or not, that are the developmental things. DQ, developmental coefficient. In small child, 2 month, 3 month child, we can't say IQ. How we can test their IQ? We will check their DQ, developmental coefficient, whether they are able to do as their age appropriate. For example, a baby of 2 months is supposed to give a gesture, smile, when he feels something good, or cry when he feel this thing, whether the baby is doing that or not, right? Yes. So that is what biological cause includes. Then we have psychosocial cause, parental deprivation and separation, childhood trauma, parental psychopathology, parenting style, inadequate communication, and disruptive family relationships. Again, very important. So you might have seen people have like parental deprivation and separation. If in a family there is separation, always you might have seen, okay, if you guys do divorce, but what will be the impact on the child? Everybody will raise this question. You have child. Recently you might have seen Abhishek Bachchan and Aishwarya Roy. Everyone was talking about their daughter. What will be the impact on their daughter's mental health? How people will look at that, how she will feel in front of others. Are you getting? So that will have impact, that this happened with me or my mother or my father. So that will also cause, that may lead to psychological disorder, and psychological disorder will lead to, nowadays mostly people have migraine. Very common nowadays, right? Lot of people, isn't it? Lot of people have nowadays.
Yes, sir.
So what is the reason for that? Sinuses. Then new problems are there. Among females, there will be PCOD, right? Majorly nowadays, small kids like 12 years old, PCOD. How is it possible? I told you today only. I had news that second class girl got heart attack. Now we were saying, okay, 30s and 40s, there is too much mental pressure. That's why people are getting heart attack. What about the kid? What about the old age people? Now they don't have to do anything. So it all depends on the lifestyle, how you have been going through in your life, right? So parental separation will have impact. Childhood traumas, if you have been abused, physical, sexual, emotional, so it can be in a number of forms. Parental psychopathology, even if one of the parent is having some sort of psychological disorder, that can lead to that child disturbance and all. Then we have parenting style, the way your parents talk to you, that will either make you aggressive or make you polite. So it all depends. Inadequate communication, that's what I was talking about, why my students in Amity University don't want to go to their home. Because nowadays what parents are doing, they have a kid of 2 years or 3 years, then first they will give it to this thing, what is that called, play school. After that there will be taking care some other person, they will pay money to ask somebody to take care of their baby. Then there will be working parents both, then after that boarding school. Then how that kid will connect emotionally with their parents? Money is not everything what we are giving to our kids, but the emotional attachment, the emotional support, which will help them to build their morals, their ethics, their values. Nowadays, in 2019, I was in Hyderabad, so I visited, one of my friend had birthday, so we visited old age home in Warangal. Warangal, we were in one workshop, so in Warangal we visited one old age home. There was one old mother, so I asked her, why you are here? She said, I had only son who is working as doctor in US. Now, how much she might have struggled to make that person as a doctor. Now he is enjoying his life in US, and she is here to the people who are not, even though that person is sending money, thousands of money to her. But what she will do with the money? Are you getting? So this all leads like how our ethics, morals, values are going day by day. That's what in initial stage only we were discussing. Okay. And so disrupted family relationships, if there is a dispute, if there is a disruption in the family relation, that also will lead to destruction. So with this, I think our time is up. Socio-cultural cause, children. Okay, so what I can do is I will send you the PPT, and then if you have any doubt you can let me know. My mail ID is there. I think you all got that mail ID of the Rafi Naik. So if you have any doubt, you can. Or else in next class, we can have 5 minutes discussion about this if there is anything which you did not understand, or if you have any doubt. Okay. As of now, do you have any doubt or you want to discuss anything? I hope you understood. I did not make it that boring. What you were expecting online session might be, right? Is it my misconception or is it really true?
No, it's really
We
very
understood, sir.
Understood. Okay, great,
Yes,
great.
sir.
Any doubts, any feedback, any query?
no queries from mine.
Anyone else?
No doubts, sir. Like everything is.
I hope whatever I taught you, I made justice to that much. But due to time constraint, I could not finish whole syllabus. And it is not that I can finish it whole in 4 hours. So you also can understand that. So no more doubts. Mamta ma'am, you are there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I think we have to conclude the session.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you,
Well,
everyone. And as Prasad Babu sir has said, please submit your assignments by 31st of October. Okay, sir. Shall we end the session?
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
All the best, all
Thank
of
you,
you.
sir.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.